Hello guys and welcome to today's session. Today we are going to talk about VDIs, AVD, WVD, and then we are going to get insights into the much awaited product which has been recently launched, that is Windows 365, also known as CloudPC. So let's quickly get an insight into today's agenda. This is what we have in store. Firstly, we are going to talk about the traditional VDIs that has always existed since, as far as I can remember. I mean, these products have existed since 10 years or more, and almost 99% of organizations, and I'm not exaggerating it, use some kind of VDIs or the other in today's market. So we'll talk about Z Desktop, we'll talk about VMware Horizon, we'll talk about Hyper-V. These all are different kinds of VDIs by different vendors. Then we'll talk about DAS, what DAS is, and what is Windows Virtual Desktop or Azure Virtual Desktop, the new rebranded form. And then we will finally talk about CloudPC. This nugget is going to be a deep dive on CloudPC or Windows 365. We'll talk about what CloudPC is, why it is needed, the introduction, and then when we leverage CloudPC, what are the different things that happen? How is it different from AVD or WVD? What are the permissions needed? What are the steps that are needed to be followed in order to go ahead with the deployment? Obviously, as I said, the differences. Then the end user experience. What is it that the end user is going to see? What are the new things that have recently been included in CloudPC? And we'll talk about custom image because there is a new change that has recently happened. We'll talk about the features which, in my opinion, are missing as of now in Windows 365 and in Windows 365, as well as the features that are, in my opinion, missing or which would actually be a value add. Then we'll talk about ISVs and M365. We'll talk about how we can manage a Cloud PC and what is the supportability for a Cloud PC from Graph. Then we'll do a demo and then I'll share a few recommendations and a few references that we can leverage. Okay. So it's going to be a jam-packed session. Let's get right into it. The first thing that we are going to talk about is VDIs. I'll keep this very short because that's not the entire intent, but I mean, it is incumbent that I provide you guys a background or a preface before we actually talk about CloudPC. So VDIs, we already know what a VDI is. A VDI is virtual desktop infrastructure, which enables us to deliver desktops via VMs hosted on-premise. Okay. There are different technologies that help us leverage it, but the end goal is simple. The end goal is, instead of buying, let's say that I have got 100 employees in my organization, and each employee needs a 32 gig laptop in order to be productive. Okay. So there are many approaches to it, right? The first approach is I will have to buy 100 laptops, each of 32 gigs, and then deploy it to 100 users, right? Obviously, when each of, let's say that I have bought hundreds of these laptops, all of these laptops have a lifespan, right? Obviously, after 3 or 4 years, they are going to be not supported from the vendor because the guarantee or warranty is for 3 or 4 years. And then after that, there might be some hardware related issues that will start propping up, right? That is one. The other is having 100 different laptops means there are 100 different endpoints, right? And managing those 100 different physical devices is not that easy, right? So comes to rescue is a VDI, wherein in nutshell, think of it this way. In nutshell, what we are doing is we are buying one laptop which has 32 into 100, that is 3,200 gigs of RAM to it, if you would call it that way. And then we are cutting pieces out from that big laptop and then giving that small piece to everybody, right? How is this useful? This is useful obviously because there is only one machine in itself that we are managing. Obviously, we are managing the small machines that are there inside of it as well. But there is that one pane that we have, and The other advantage is if one of the machines is powered off, either that RAM is not utilized or that RAM can be utilized by somebody else, right? So, I mean, we already know what are the advantages of using a VDI. These are the top 2 or 3 things that comes to my mind, right? We already are aware of how VDIs are important and how they are better as far as deploying a machine is concerned if we compare it with a hardware or a physical machine. Okay, so VDI is a technology developed to provide virtual rather than physical desktops to the users who can connect to such desktops from different locations and devices. Okay, virtual desktops are hardware independent, which allows system administrator to avoid hardware related issues such as finding the drivers and then replacing them and then stuff like that, right? So like for example, if you have created 100 machines, what you can do is you can automate it and then take kind of snapshots and stuff like that. And whenever one of those machines is corrupted, you can just spin up a new one, delete the old one, restore it from the old one and stuff like that, right? I mean, the advantages are endless and numerous, right? That is the reason why I said that 99%, if not 100% of all the enterprise organizations these days are using hardware virtualization or VDI in some form or the other. Okay. Now, when we talk about VDIs, what are the leading VDIs that are there in the market? The top 3 that come to my mind obviously are these. From Microsoft, we have always had Hyper-V. So if you're not familiar, again, I mean, we're not going to focus on any of these, but I just want you guys to know because this is a preface to CloudPC. So Hyper-V is nothing but, let's say that you have a Windows machine, that machine runs with you have a Windows laptop, a physical laptop, that laptop runs with 32 gigs of RAM. What Hyper-V lets you do is, it lets you create virtual machines that are residing in that physical machine. So if I go to start, and as it happens, there is a Hyper-V that is installed in this machine as well. So this is the physical machine, and inside of that physical machine, there are, as you can see, there are 2 virtual machines. So my physical laptop has 32 gigs of RAM. So what I can do is I can allocate, the machine is not, my physical machine is not going to use 32 gigs of RAM all the time, right? There is a lot of RAM that is left unutilized or underutilized. So what I can do is I can create 2 machines of 8 GB each, and so it will consume a total of 16 GB, and the rest 16 GB can be utilized by the host machine, right? And I can create n number of machines. The advantage is I can power off one and power on the other and stuff like that, right? So this is Hyper-V Manager. This is the hypervisor that Microsoft provides, and it makes our host machine a Hyper-V so that we can create virtual machines on top of it, right? We have already known, if you have worked with Microsoft technologies, you would have heard about hypervisor, or the Hyper-V technology that Microsoft provides, right? Similarly, there is a kind of hardware virtualization that VMware provides as well. The VMware-VDI, that is VMware Horizon. We'll take a sneak peek into that, and then Citrix provides us the same thing called Citrix Zen Desktop. The intent of all 3 of these is desktop virtualization, and that is exactly what CloudPC is also going to do. The reason why we are studying these right now before I deep dive into CloudPC is I need us to understand the difference between this and CloudPC. So unless we know the very basics of these, we won't know how and why CloudPC is better than the older ones, right? Well, in my opinion, CloudPC is better, but I'll let you guys decide. Again, this is a 1,000 feet overview of what Citrix VDI is. We are not going to go into the details. It is absolutely irrelevant. The only point that we need to focus on right now is the line at the very bottom. Okay, I will explain what that line means, but let me just give you guys a sneak peek of how Citrix VDI or how Citrix Zen Desktop is programmed to work. So there is this end user, and this end user has a laptop. Okay, let's say that he has a low end laptop. Let's say that his laptop is running with 2 GB of RAM. Okay, but 2 GB of RAM is not sufficient for him to access all the heavy end applications. Therefore, what the admin does, the admin creates a 32 GB RAM laptop, a 32 GB RAM virtual machine, and that virtual machine is provisioned to this user. So there is this virtual machine which is provisioned to the user. Then user just can go to a browser, and via that browser he can connect to this VM. When he is inside of that VM, he can leverage the entire 32 GB. This is how virtualization is making a difference. Now there are many components that is there in Citrix VDI. So first of all, we have something called a storefront. So whenever the end user is trying to, so what happens is the end user goes to a website, something like a HTTPS : blah blah blah. The end user tries to go, the end user goes to a browser, he goes to that website. When he goes to that website, it takes him to the storefront, which is the front facing component of Citrix. Then the storefront redirects that session to a delivery controller. Think of it like the brain which is working behind this VDI. Now this delivery controller is connected to the database. So the delivery controller knows all the VMs that are present, and the delivery controller knows that this user has access to which VM and this user does not have access to which VM. Okay, so the delivery controller is going to populate all the VMs that the user has access to. The user clicks on any of those virtual machines, and then the user gets redirected, and then in step 4, this session redirection happens between the user, and the user is connected to the VM1. And then there is this interface called director or studio, which is like the admin console, wherein the admin can log in, the Citrix admin can log in and do all the configuration changes that are needed. Again, why is this important? This is not important. The only thing that is important over here is, if you see, the end goal over here is what? The end goal over here is the user is able to access a VM from a machine which was 2 gigs, but he was accessing a machine or accessing a virtual machine which was 32 GB, right? That was the end goal here. And this machine was residing in a Hyper-V. Okay, so Citrix has its hypervisor, which is Zen server. There can be any kind of hypervisor that we can use. The point to note here is, well, it's easy for the user to go to a website and then get redirected to VM1 or VM2. But just think about the admin overhead. Just think about what is it that the admin has to do to make this entire thing possible. Well, the admin has to go to the director or studio wherein he is making the policies and configuring the delivery controller. So that is one. And then the admin has to manage the database. So there has to be a database admin. And then there has to be a Citrix admin who is going to manage the delivery controller. That is 3. There has to be somebody who is managing the storefront and configuring the website. That is 4. And there has to be somebody who is creating these virtual machines and managing the hypervisor as well, right? And then if we are managing the hypervisor, we have to make sure that the hypervisor is kept updated at all point of time, right? Which means that we have to patch the hypervisor, right? Now just think about the cost that is involved to set this up. You need a storefront server, you need a database server, you need the database admin, you need the delivery controller, you need the director and studio, you need to buy a hypervisor. Inside of the hypervisor, you are going to create these many virtual machines, right? So is this cost efficient? I don't think so. There is a lot of stuff that needs to be done by the admin just to make sure that the end user is able to connect to this virtual machine. The end user experience is very good. He just has to go to a browser, enter a URL, and he's connected to VM1 or VM2. But the admin work is not that simple, right? They have to manage so many different components. And this is the line that I was talking about, which says that all the components are user managed and reside on-prem. So in my on-prem data center, the storefront server is going to be present, the database server is going to be present, the delivery controller is going to be there, the Hyper-V or the ESX or the Zen server is going to be there, and the VMs are going to reside in it, right? So the maintenance of this entire box has to be done by me, okay? Just so that the end user can go to a URL and access this VM, okay? Well, end user experience, as I said, is very good, but is it that good for the admin? Not that good. First of all, because there is a lot of overhead, a lot of investment, if you would call it, that needs to be put in just to make this possible, right? This was one. Now we are going to talk about VDI. This is all that we needed to know about VDI, Citrix VDI or Zen Desktop, the components, and this was the determining factor. Now we are going to talk about VMware VDI, and the same thing happens in VMware VDI as well. So VMware VDI or VMware Horizon is nothing but a VDI solution that combines the advantage of using a VDI infrastructure with that of VMware vSphere. Okay. And if we take 1,000 feet overview over the components that are there in VMware Horizon, more or less you will see that it is the same thing. There is an end machine which has the Horizon client installed in it. There is a gateway. Using that gateway, we connect to the Horizon connection server. The connection server is talking to the Active Directory and make sure that the authentication is done. Once the authentication is done, then the user is populated with all the resources that is made available to him. He clicks on one of those resources and then he is connected to the virtual desktop or the published app. Now the underlying fact over here is, who is managing this unified access gateway? It's the customer, right? Not the end user, this is the end user, and let's say that I am the admin. Then who is managing this unified access gateway? I have to manage it, right, as the admin. Who is managing the Active Directory? Obviously, I am doing that. Who is managing the Horizon connection server? Obviously, I am doing it. And then who is managing this virtual machine? Who is patching this virtual machine? Obviously, I am doing this, right? And this virtual machine obviously is hosted on a Hyper-V, right? So the management of this entire box again has to be done by the admin in the customer's environment. In this case, this is the end user, and I am the admin in the customer's environment. So just like we saw in case of Citrix VDI, the entire infrastructure was managed by the admin in the customer's environment, right? Similarly, in case of VMware VDI also, the entire infrastructure is managed by the admin. Okay. The same thing happens in case of Hyper-V as well. So Hyper-V is also more or less doing the same thing, right? You are installing the Hyper-V or the hypervisor, which is provided by Microsoft in a machine, and then we are creating virtual machines, and then those virtual machines are provisioned to the end user, right? So the base machine is also managed by me, the virtual machine is also managed by me, and all the connection and whatever lies therein is also managed by me. I have to make the upfront investment of buying the host machine, and anything that goes wrong with the host machine, all the VMs inside of it are also gone. Okay. So the only point that I wanted to make until now was, in all these three approaches of VDI, the end goal is met for the user, but it is not really that good or not really that seamless for the admin. Now we can come up with different kind of automation, different kind of tasks, which would make the management of all these things better. But then again, the upfront investment has to be made, and then all these things are the components that are customers' headache, right? So what is the solution for this? Is there any way that we can just offload this entire box to somebody else? What if I am the manager? I say that, okay, you know what? I have these 100 users, and all these 100 users needs 100 VMs. Okay. But this approach is not going to work. Why? Because each user will get a VM provision to him, but then I will have to manage all these 5 components, right? My IT admin will have to manage all these components. Well, I can always outsource it, but this is something that is going to reside in my infrastructure, right? The same thing goes with VDI with the VMware VDI or VMware Horizon as well, and the same thing goes with Hyper-V as well. So what if we think about a scenario wherein the users are there, the users are seamlessly connected to the VM just when they go to a URL, but we don't have to worry about managing all these. This is something which is automatically taken care of us. That is wherein the concept of DaaS comes in, or desktop as a service. So what happens in desktop as a service is, think of the exact same scenario like you have in front of you. The only thing is this entire box will be hosted in the cloud. Okay, and obviously if it is hosted in the cloud, then it is managed by the cloud owner, right? In my case, I'm going to say that not just some cloud, I'm going to talk about Azure. Okay, so what about the scenario wherein this entire box is hosted in Azure, which means that Microsoft is going to take care of this entire box. Okay, which means that all the gateways, all the brokers, all the databases, all the delivery controllers, all the management UIs, all the hypervisors, all the virtual machines, all of them will be hosted in Azure. Okay, if it is hosted in Azure, then obviously the IT admin will not have access to it, right? Which means that if they don't have the access to it, it means that it is not their headache, right? But we are not compromising with the end user's experience. The end user can still go to that same URL, and just when he goes to that URL, he's connected to the VM. So this is what the concept of DAS is, and this is what AVD or WVD or CloudPC is. We are going to talk about that in detail, but the reason I wanted us to know about Hyper-V was I wanted to provide you a preface. Now, what is the disadvantage? So we have already spoken about the disadvantages with this concept, right? So this is just a documentation of that concept. As far as the platform is concerned, we are responsible for the installation, maintenance, and management. This means maintaining and housing the hardware in addition to the virtual machines. So patching of these virtual machines is one thing, but it is not just the virtual machines that we have to patch. I'm talking about the Citrix scenario or the Hyper-V scenario or the VMware Horizon scenario. In all of those scenarios, we have to maintain the VM as well as we have to maintain and patch the hypervisor as well, right? So we have to take care of the platform. Obviously, the cost is there because VDI deployments require a significant capital expense, because obviously we have to buy the database server, we have to get a database admin, we have to buy a hypervisor, and hypervisor in no way are cheap, right? Hypervisors are very costly items. I mean, if my organization is a organization which contains only 3 guys, then I cannot really afford a hypervisor, right? It's not that much scalable, right? And as far as the control is concerned, obviously I have the full control, and I can do with my infrastructure whatever I want. However, as far as the agility is concerned, it takes a lot of time to set it up, obviously because I have to procure so many different products. Now let's talk. So this that we were talking about since past 10-15 minutes, this traditional desktop virtualization or VDI, Citrix, VMware, XenApp, or whatever else is there in the market, this has existed since past 10 years or more. Okay, this has always existed since virtualization came into the picture. Now let's talk about something more, something newer or something latest which is there in the market, and that is desktop as a service. And what we are going to see now is, in desktop as a service, that box will be taken care by the cloud vendor, which in this case is Azure. The box will be taken care by Amazon or Azure, or in this case Microsoft, and there is little to no upfront investment. That is what we are going to see. Okay, so DAS is similar to a VDI, but is provided as a managed service from cloud vendor. In DAS service, virtual desktops are hosted on managed cloud infrastructure and are remotely delivered to the user's client. Okay, not only the virtual desktops, but as well as whatever comes with the virtual desktops. Like the virtual desktops are there in the cloud, then obviously the hypervisor wherein that virtual machine is created, that is also going to be in the cloud, right? If the virtual machine is there in the cloud, then obviously the database behind that virtual machine, that is also going to be in the cloud, right? So anything that comes with the virtual machine is also hosted in the cloud. Now, when we talk about DAS, there are 2 market leaders. Okay, we are going to briefly talk about WVD or AVD, which was, I guess, released a little while back, probably I guess 4 or 5 years down the line. And then couple of months back, Microsoft released CloudPC or Windows 365. So we are going to first talk about WVD or AVD, then CloudPC. Okay. So but before we talk about that, let's use the same slide which we were using for our VDIs and then do a comparison. So over there, the infrastructure was managed by the IT admin, right? But over here in DAS, we see that the infrastructure is managed for us. It is not managed by us, but it is managed for us by the cloud vendor. Okay, the provider handle. I mean, they are, in this case, Microsoft is responsible for doing the entire virtualization for us end to end. How is this more cost saving? This is more cost saving because let's say that I have an organization of only 3 people. Okay. And I want to make sure that there is a virtual machine that is assigned to all the 3 employees. Now, if we were using the traditional approach, then in that traditional approach, even if there are just 3 employees, I would still have to build a database. I would still have to build the storefront or the connection broker. I would still have to install the delivery controller. I would still have to get a hypervisor. I would still have to create virtual machines. In this case, we'll just have to create 3 virtual machines. But the setup is going to be the same irrespective of whether there are 3 virtual machines, 1 virtual machine or 3000 virtual machines, right? However, in case of DAS, it doesn't matter, right? Because Microsoft already has the setup, right? And even if it didn't, the customer is least bothered whether the setup is there in cloud or not, right? The customer is going to get a virtual machine or we are going to get a virtual machine because everything is supposed to be there in Azure, right? Which obviously is there. So DAS deployment requires almost no upfront investment. We just have to, well, obviously there is some investment, and in this case that is a license. There is a license, and maybe we'll talk about what other requirements are there. But to have just 1 virtual machine, we don't have to create a DB. We don't need a database or any servers wherein we are running websites or any Hyper-Vs or stuff like that, right? But the only thing that we have to pay is some kind of a subscription fee, right? As far as the control is concerned, well, there is some control that is there with the admin, and there is some control that is there with Microsoft. Obviously, tomorrow if we want and we want to go to the database and run a query in the database, in case of DAS, it is not possible, right? Because we don't have access to the entire database. It is hosted in the cloud. However, in case of maybe a traditional VDI, well, our database was in our on-prem. So obviously we could log into our database and then run a query over there, right? And then as far as the agility is concerned, obviously if it is there in the cloud, then it is more agile. We can expand as much as we want. Okay, so tomorrow if we want 1000 different virtual machines in the cloud, all I need to do is get 1000 different licenses or subscriptions, right? Because, well, obviously Azure has that capacity of expanding if and when the need be, right? However, tomorrow if I had a traditional on-prem VDI infrastructure, I wanted to scale to 1000 machines, 1000 virtual machines, I would first have to get at least 10 different ESXis, right? Or 10 different Zen servers, right? So that so that I can at least stand with creating 100 different virtual machines, right? So that's there. Now let's talk a little bit about WVD or AVD. So let me go a couple of slides back. What we are doing right now, we are talking about DAS, and a DAS is a place wherein that box is managed for us and not by us. Okay, and there are 2 kinds of DAS or kind of like DAS. Later on we will see that WVD or AVD is not 100% DAS, but we will see that later. So right now the intent is talking about WVD or AVD. Okay, so as I said, Windows Virtual Desktop, now which has been rebranded to Azure Virtual Desktop, is something that was released, I think, 4 years back, and I would call this 50% DAS and 50% PaaS. What I mean by that is this is not 100% DAS. It is 50% DAS and 50% platform as a service. Now, why is it so? It is so because in case of AVD or WVD, the entire box is not managed for us. Most of the components in this box is managed for us. However, there is something that we still have to manage. Okay, that is why I'm saying that it is 50% DAS and 50% PaaS. Later on, when we are talking about CloudPC, we will see that the entire box is managed for us. So it's going to be 100% DAS. Okay, so let's try to understand what I mean by 50% DAS and 50% PaaS. Okay, so these are the different components that are there in Windows Virtual Desktop, now known as Azure Virtual Desktop. Okay, if there is a machine, that machine, let me first show you guys the diagram. This is the diagram and this is the flow. Okay, the very first thing that happens is this is the end user's device. It can be an Android device, an iOS device, a Windows device. He just has to he can use any device that he wants to. He just has to go to a browser and then enter a URL. When he enters that URL, he enters his username and password. The first thing that happens is he is redirected to Active Directory and then he is authenticated. Okay. In step 2, he gets authenticated. After the authentication is done, then he is redirected to something called web access. Okay. So the web access is responsible for providing him a token. And once he gets that token, the broker in step 4 enumerates all the applications or desktops that have been provisioned to that user. So it's possible that this user has 10 different desktops provisioned to him, right? So the broker is going to provision all of that. When the end user clicks on any of those virtual machine, he is connected to the gateway, and then the gateway redirects that in step 6 to the desktop. Okay. Now this sounds a lot like the previous diagram that we saw about which was there in case of Zen Desktop, right? So how is it different? It is different because, as you can see over here, I have put there are 6 components in total, and I have put these 6 components in 2 different boxes, right? There is a box which says customer managed and there is a box which says Microsoft managed. Okay, so whatever is there in Microsoft managed, the customer does not have to, or the customer's IT admin does not have to think about anything in that box. What I mean by that is, in case of Zen Desktop, when we were looking at that diagram, there was a, let me quickly go back into the diagram before confusing you guys more. There was a storefront, right? Who was taking care of the storefront? The storefront was actually a server on-prem, right? It was taken care by the on-prem IT admin. However, in case of DAS, that is not the case. Over here, this web access server, which is kind of acting like a storefront, is managed by Microsoft. Okay. The broker is also managed by Microsoft. The gateway is also managed by Microsoft. The only thing the customer is managing over here is the desktop. So all the virtual machines that are created over here, these virtual machines are again created. So I need to clarify here a little. These virtual machines are not created on-prem. These virtual machines will still be created in Azure. The only thing is, these virtual machines will be created using customers' Azure subscription. What that means is, if the virtual machine is on for 10 minutes, then the customer's Azure subscription will be charged for 10 minutes. If the desktop is on for 1 hour, it will be charged for 1 hour. If it is not on at all, the customer will not be charged. The customer's Azure subscription will not be charged at all. Okay. And whatever application that the customer needs to install on the desktop, the customer can install it. And there is something called fslogix, which we are going to talk about later, which talks about the user profile file server, right? We'll talk about all of that later. But I wanted to show you guys this diagram of AVD or WVD because I wanted to show you guys that this is working more or less. Maybe the protocol might vary. the name of the components might vary, but more or less this is working the same way as VMware Horizon was working, or Hyper-V was working, or Citrix Zen Desktop was working. The only difference is, in this case, everything is not customer managed. A lot of things are managed by Microsoft because a lot of these things are residing on Azure. Okay, we don't have to buy hypervisors in this case wherein the virtual machines will be running, because the virtual machines are going to run in Microsoft's environment. It is going to use customers' subscription, obviously, because depending upon that the billing is going to happen, but it is not going to run in our environment's infrastructure. Right now, let me just go a couple of slides back and then show you guys this. So the two boxes that we were seeing, this was the Microsoft managed box. So this is the first box and this is the second box, right? We have already seen this diagram. This is the Microsoft managed box and this is the customer managed box, right? So over here, the components that are managed by Microsoft are the web access, gateway server, and the broker, right? We don't have any visibility into this. It's all residing in Microsoft data center and Microsoft is taking care of all of this. The components that are managed by the customer and are on customers Azure, some of this are in customers on-prem infrastructure, some of these are in customers Azure subscription. So the desktop is not there in customers on-prem. The customer does not need to go to his go to his data center and then install get a Hyper-V and then get some kind of a ESX and then install that ESX and then create virtual machines over there. The desktops or the VMs are eventually going to reside in Azure only. The only thing is it resides in the customer's Azure subscription. The Active Directory obviously will be there in on-prem, and then we will talk about the user profile and apps later on. Okay. So over here, the entire concept of AVD or WVD is the components which are too complex to maintain in the traditional VDI infrastructure, like the web access, gateway, broker, are maintained by Microsoft as a service. However, we can do the image management, as in, let's say that I want a specific image using which the desktop is going to be provisioned. I have that option. Okay. The VM serving the desktop, the apps, the AD as well as the user's profile is maintained by the customer in his subscription. So all these things are managed by the customer. When I'm saying it's managed by the customer, please don't assume that the desktop is also managed by the customer, therefore it would be in a ESX which the customer is getting. No, that is not the case. The desktop in this case eventually is hosted on Azure only. Okay. The users can connect from a wide variety of devices over the internet through browser. No inbound ports are in the VMs are needed to be open. The resource is optimized and supports multi-session in Windows 10. What it means is there are multiple users who can connect to the same virtual machine at the same point of time. And this is the reason why I was calling WVD or AVD 50% PaaS and 50% DaaS, because it is platform as a service, because it is desktop as a service, because it is providing you desktop virtualization, but then all the things are not being managed by Microsoft, right? We are over here seeing that there are some things that are managed by, that are running in customers' environment. Especially the desktops over here are running in customers' Azure subscription. Okay, it is so because, as I said, if you use the desktop for X number of hours, your Azure subscription will be charged for X number of hours. Okay. All right. So we have understood the flow right now. Now I just want you guys to take a deep breath and just give me 2 minutes to explain what exactly user profiles are, and then I'll tell you guys about the deployment. This again is not necessary. I know the intent of this nugget is talking about CloudPC. The only reason I'm talking about the user profile and steps for deployment is so that we are able to compare it with CloudPC. And I promise I'll do this in less than 120 seconds. Okay. All right. So as far as managing user profile is concerned, we use a technology, if you would call it, called fslogix. What fslogix does is it offloads the user's profile data from one machine onto an independent file store. Okay. Think of it this way. The user logs into machine 1. Okay. Now the user logs off. Now when the user logs into machine 2, if his profile from machine 1 is not synced with machine 2, then he is going to lose all the data and everything that he had in machine 1, right? So what happens is he logs into machine 1, his profile gets created, and that profile, think of it this way, that the profile is getting stored in a share location. Okay. Now when the user logs off, that profile is already stored in a secure location or a share location. Now when the user logs into VM2, the same profile is now loaded into the second virtual machine. What this does is, to the end user, it looks like he has logged into the same machine. However, that is not the case. This is not a persistent connection. He can be redirected to any virtual machine within a host pool. So what we do is we create something called a host pool, wherein we are adding 10 virtual machines, and there can be multiple users who are redirected to the same machine at the same point of time. And if I log off from a virtual machine, if I log back in, for the end user, he is just logging into a desktop, right? He doesn't know which desktop it is. But at the back end, whichever machine is available, he is redirected to that one. And the way he gets the seamless experience is by using this fslogix technology, which in a way offloads his profile and then uploads it again back to the virtual machine wherein he is logging in. Okay. So when a user tries to log into a session host, user profile gets attached to the session VM. As he logs in, when he logs off and gets connected to a different VM, the profile gets attached to the new virtual session host. Okay. So let's say that I want to try this out. Now we already spoke about if I wanted to try out the Zen desktop, or if I wanted to try out the VMware Verizon, or if I wanted to try out the Hyper-V, then what was needed, right? I needed a ESX, I needed a database admin, I needed a database server, a session control, a delivery controller, a storefront, Hyper-V. I needed all of those components, right? What is it that is needed in this case? So over here, what we are going to do is, in this case, what we do is we create something called a host pool. Host pool is nothing but just a logical collection of different VMs. Okay, so let's say that this host pool is called A, and this is the end user. Okay, so the first time when and all these VMs I have the same configuration. So the first time the user logs in, he is connected to the machine 1. Okay, he logs off. Now what happens is, over here there is this location wherein, think of it like a SMB file share. Now I'm giving a very lame example, but you can probably use this analogy. Once the user logs off, then all the data that was there in his virtual machine is now stored, or that profile is stored in this storage location, if you would call it. Now when the end user logs into the second machine, the same storage whatever contents were there in that storage location is now loaded into VM2. So when the end user logs into VM2 now, I mean, he has not logged into VM2, he has logged into the same VM or the same desktop that was made available for him when he goes to the browser. But at the back end, now he is routed to VM2, and then since the same storage, the same files, XYZ files that were there in the storage location, they are loaded over here. The user thinks that it is the same virtual machine, right? So this part that is happening over here, this replication, this is something that needs to be taken care of, and that needs to be set by fslogix, right? So this is something that the admin has to take care of. Okay, and then we talked about what is a host pool. A host pool is a logical collection of virtual machines which contains a similar configuration, which contains VMs of similar configuration, and then the end user can get routed to any of these VMs depending upon any logic that we are using or depending upon the availability. Okay. So we have to set up the fslogix, we have to set up the host pool, and we have to set up a storage account as well, because there is an account which is doing all these activities, right? So we have to take care of all of that. Okay. Host pool, we already know the host pool resides inside something called a resource group. So there is a resource group. The resource group contains a host pool, and that host pool is going to contain all the different virtual machines. Okay. And then, I mean, as far as the setup is concerned, it is pretty much straightforward. Okay. I'm not going to go into very details of how to set up a fslogix. Just the only thing that you need to know is the concept over here, that when the user is logging off, the content of his profile is getting stored in the Azure storage so that it can be uploaded to the newer machine when he is logging in. Okay. Now we are going to talk about CloudPC and Windows 365. I know until now there has been a very long preface. Now we are going to talk about only and only CloudPC, and I'm going to reference what we spoke about earlier. CloudPC or Windows 365, which is released in, I think, 30th of August 2021, is a pure 100% DAS solution, and we'll talk about how is this different from AVD or WVD. Okay. Before we talk about how it is different from AVD and WVD, it is incumbent that I give you guys an introduction on why we need CloudPC and how is this important, right? I know the next 10 minutes is going to be boring. Please bear with me. This is important because if you're not from a virtualization background, if you have never heard about VDIs, and if you have never heard about CloudPC, then this is a preface that I need to set. Okay. So just be patient here with me. With COVID, the digital transformation has occurred, which enables users to work from anywhere in any place. And as far as there was a survey from Gartner which said that 80% of the managers think that flexible workplace is the new normal. Okay, which is a good news for you, which means that you are going to get WFH permanently. Okay, please don't quote me on that. Anyways, so in CloudPC, what we have done is we have taken the best from VDI development and gone even a step further. Okay, when I'm saying that we have taken the best from VDI development, what was the best thing in VDI development? Well, the best thing in VDI development was that Microsoft was managing all of these things, right? So we have taken the best part, and then we have gone a step ahead. What is that? What is it that we have done to go a step ahead? That is what I'm going to talk about in the next 15-20 minutes. But that is what we have done over here. It is a solution which is very secure, and obviously with CloudPC we can make use of things like conditional access, MFA, Microsoft Defender, and stuff like that. Okay. In case of CloudPC, the device is persistent. What it means is it is not shared. What it means is if there was a VM1 which was provisioned to user 1, that VM1 is always going to be provisioned to user 1. User 2 will never connect to VM1. Okay, this is one of the main differences between Azure Virtual Desktop or AVD or WVD and CloudPC. Over here, the connection is persistent. So what is the first advantage of getting a persistent connection? Because you might argue that in AVD or WVD also, even though the connection was not persistent, even though the end user was connecting to VM1 first and then VM2 later on, for him the experience was at least persistent, right? What I mean by that is, for him everything was getting synchronized, right, using fslogix. So it didn't really make any difference, right? That is absolutely true. However, it was different for the admin at least, right? The admin had the overhead of setting up the fslogix, and there is a lot of things that needs to be configured over there, the replication and stuff like that. All of that does not happen over here. And well, this is a way of democratizing the way of providing PCs or devices to end users. Okay, this is a new era of hybrid personal computing, and we can replace the need of having a VPN. We can connect to on-prem as well. And okay, now this is an important point. I know we are still at the interface, but just keep this in mind. CloudPC or Windows 365 is not a rebranding of AVD. There is I have a dedicated slide which talks about how CloudPC or Windows 365 is different from AVD WVD, right? There's a dedicated slide to that. I'm not going to talk about the difference right now, but just know for now that just recall that slide which we saw 5 or 6 minutes back, wherein I said that AVD or WVD is 50% PaaS and 50% DaaS. CloudPC is 100% DaaS. Okay. In case of Windows 365, we are responsible for end-to-end delivery and providing a 24/7 persistence dedicated personalized experience. We are using both the power of cloud as well as the capabilities of cloud device. Okay. Over here, we are focusing on simplicity and scalability. The trade-off might be the flexibility. I don't really see it as a trade-off, but I mean, maybe. One of the points that I wanted to add over here is, and that is wherein the power of CloudPC will come later on. Now, you might argue that the same thing might exist in case of AVD or WVD as well. Well, it definitely does. And that is, using this approach, we can access access Windows 11 from a device which does not support Windows 11. Like for example, let's say that my base machine is not UEFI compliant, or it does not have a TPM chip. Then ordinarily, I should not be even able to access Windows 11, right? Because, well, I cannot install Windows 11 in my machine. But using CloudPC or using AVD or WVD, since the OS is not installed in my machine, we can even leverage this feature and access Windows 11 from a machine which is not compliant to begin with. Okay.
Okay guys, so now I wanted to take a moment and talk about and illustrate the real power of CloudPC or Windows 365. Until now, we have spoken about the advantages, which from an admin perspective, that the admin does not have to buy the ESX or set up the broker and set up the connection and all of that stuff, right? So from cost point of view or from admin point of view, we know the advantages. But now let's talk about from a consumer point of view. And from a consumer point of view, one of the very big advantage over here is we can access the virtual machine from any device. When I say any device, just think about this for an instance, that we have a Windows 11 machine which is provisioned to the end user, which is supposed to be accessible by the end user from a device which has UEFI and TPM 2.0 and all of that stuff, right? Whatever the requirements of Windows 11 are. But because of the power of virtualization, because of the power of Windows 365, the end user can virtually access that machine, that Windows 11 machine, from a Android, iOS, macOS, Linux, or he can virtually access it from or a Windows 7, not Windows 7, Windows 8 or Windows 10 or any device per se, right? He just needs a browser and a persistent internet connection. That's all is needed. So just imagine a situation wherein I have my iPad, I go to a browser, and from my iPad I'm accessing a Windows 11, right? Isn't that amazing? I mean, there are so many applications that are, maybe let's say that there is an LOB application which only runs in Windows, which is only designed for Windows. So until now, I would have to make sure that my workforce has a Windows laptop as well as an Android device for his, or an iPad for his normal usage, and the Windows laptop just so that he is able to make use of a couple of LOB applications which run in Windows only. But now he can just go to the browser of his iPad and can make use of a Windows 11 machine, right? So I mean, it's as easy as that. And even just the idea of having the ability to access a Windows 11 machine or a Windows 10 machine over a browser from an Android or an iOS device, to me, that in itself is a huge leap in technology. And then the other thing is accessing the virtual machine from anywhere, right? That is also again a very big point here. In the traditional VDI, let's say in case of Zen Desktop, or in case of the VMware Horizon, or I mean, in the traditional VDI, everything was there in the intranet. When I say everything was there in the intranet, I would have to be in the intranet in order to access the virtual machines that are provisioned to me. However, that is not the case here in case of Windows 365 or Cloud PC. Everything is accessible over the internet. The end user just needs to access an endpoint URL. As long as all the needed endpoints are open, which in this case are Windows WVD URL and all of that stuff. As long as there are no firewall blockage, we can access the Windows 365 virtual machines over the internet without any issues, unless and until we have made some customizations in the firewall. And if we are there in the open internet, then that shouldn't be the case, right? So just imagine that today I was working from, let's say, my office, and tomorrow I am flying to a different country, right? I don't have to carry my laptop with me anymore. Today I was in my office, let's say in India, and I logged into my PC that was there in my office. I went to a browser, and from there I accessed my Windows 11 machine via Windows 365. It was well and good. I logged off. Next morning, when I'm there, let's say in a different country or in a different location in India, I just get my hands on any Android or iPad or any Windows 10 machine, and from there, or Mac OS, and from there I go to the same URL, and that same virtual machine, the same virtual Windows 365 machine is again provisioned to me, right? So this shows my productivity is not hampered as well. No matter where I go over the internet, since this is available over the internet, all I need is a device, Windows, Android, iOS, Mac OS. All I need is a device and a browser and an internet connection. As long as I have that, I can access that same virtual machine, which means that I don't have to carry my laptops. This is what mobility is in true sense, right? I don't have to necessarily carry my laptop. In this case, let's say that the virtual machine that is provisioned to me has 1 TB of hard disk and 64 GB of RAM, right? So I don't have to carry that high-end laptop with me all of the time. Let's say that I'm traveling from one place to the other. That accountability of carrying that high-end laptop is no longer there. I just can have a Android device running with 2 GB of RAM. That is still good enough for me, and I can go to any location and I can make use of that 64 gigs of virtual machine, which is provisioned to me from anywhere, anytime.
Now, as far as the cost is concerned, now this is an important perspective. I'm just going to skip this slide for now and come over here. We will talk about this cost later on. Now, if I compare this Windows 365 or Cloud PC and talk about the components more or less are going to remain the same. Okay. Now, on the left hand side, you see the components that are managed by Microsoft, and on the right hand side, you see the components that are managed by customer. Okay. Just like in case of AVD, in case of Cloud PC also, the web access, gateway and broker are managed by Microsoft. Okay. In this case, we don't have any kind of fslogix implementation because, as I said, everything is persistent, right? The same device is attributed to the same user. If the user logs off or if the user is not using that device is idle. Okay, think of it like a physical laptop present in Azure. If the user is not using his laptop, that laptop is there in the powered off state, or if it's there in that sleep state. When the user comes and uses it, that device is used. When he is not using it, that device is not used. Okay, but the major difference here is, and this I cannot stress this anymore, the point here is the desktop over here or the virtual machine over here runs in Microsoft subscription. It does not run in the customer's subscription. What I mean by that is, in case of WVD or AVD, the virtual machine, even though the virtual machine was residing in Azure, we didn't have to buy a Hyper-V wherein or ESX wherein we were creating the virtual machine. The virtual machine was there in Azure only, but it was utilizing the customer's Azure subscription, so that we can build them accordingly, right? If it is using customer's Azure subscription, then we can find out, okay, the machine was on for 10 hours. We will build the customer. I mean, when I say we, I mean Microsoft will build the customer for 10 hours, right? Over here, that is not the case. The desktop is present also, or the virtual machine is also present in Microsoft subscription. What it means is, irrespective of whether the VM was on for 1 hour or 10 hour or 100 hour a month, it does not matter. It is not going to determine the cost of customer's Azure subscription, because it was not there in his subscription to begin with. Okay. The only thing that is there in his subscription, obviously the Azure Active Directory will be there in his on-prem. Well, the on-prem, I mean, you necessarily don't have to. I mean, you can create a domain controller in Azure also. But even if you create a domain controller in Azure, if you have your own domain, that is managed by you, right? Unless and until you are using Azure AD. If you're using your own domain, see, I mean, please try to understand the difference here. When I'm saying that Active Directory is managed by the customer, what I mean, I'm not saying that the Active Directory cannot be there in Azure. The Active Directory can be there in Azure. But if it is your on-prem domain, which is there in a virtual machine which is created in Azure, still that domain is your responsibility and is managed by you, right? It is not going to be managed by Microsoft. Tomorrow, if there is a user who is deleted from your on-prem domain, which was created on a virtual machine hosted in Azure, Microsoft is not going to help with that, right? So the on-prem domain is customer's responsibility. The application is customer's responsibility, and there is a VNet that we need to create. Why do we need to create this VNet? We will talk about all of this later. There is a VNet that we have to create, and this VNet is also customer's responsibility. So this VNet is running in customer's Azure subscription. What is not running in customer's Azure subscription? Well, these components, which were obviously not running in AVD or WVD as well. But additionally, the main underlying important difference is that the virtual machines are also not running in customer's Azure subscription. The virtual machines are running in Microsoft subscription. And in both the cases, AVD or WVD or CloudPC, the virtual machines were hosted in Azure, right? Okay. So now we are going to talk about what are the different offerings of Windows 365. So Windows 365 as a product has two different offerings. One is Windows 365 Business and the other is Windows 365 Enterprise. There are a lot of difference as far as the scalability, the manageability and the features between both of these. We'll talk about all of that later on. Think of it this way. Windows 365 Business is a scaled down version of CloudPC, and Windows 365 Enterprise is a scaled up version of CloudPC. So most of the enterprises will be using the Windows 365 Enterprise version of CloudPC. Okay? Because it provides you a lot more functionality, and this is the version which is managed and integrated with Intune. Okay, so when you get a Windows 360, if you're using a Windows 365 Enterprise version, then you can use the MEM portal to create all the kind of policies, and the end virtual machine which is created, it ends up getting enrolled to Intune so that we can manage the device from Intune. Okay. In case of Windows 365 Business, that is not the case. The device is not affiliated to Intune. You don't need to have Intune over here. Okay. All right. So now first we are going to talk, we are going to in detail talk about Windows 365 Enterprise. And now this Windows 365 Enterprise again has got two different offerings, if you would call it. One is Azure AD join and the other is hybrid Azure AD join. Okay. Now let's try to understand the differences between these two. Before we understand the differences between this and this, let's try and make sure that we have understood the difference between this and this. That is Windows 365 Business and Windows 365 Enterprise. So this is a chart which is there in our official Microsoft website. It talks about, it highlights the difference. In case of Windows 365, you see that a lot of features are there. In case of Enterprise, in case of Windows 365 Business, you see that lot less features are there. Okay. You can click to provision directly from the product page. No domain setup is needed. So before I confuse you guys more, think of it this way. If I want to make use of Windows 365 Business, okay, which I said is the scaled down offering, it is very simple. All I need to do is go to a portal, get a license, assign that license to a user. Now the end user goes to a URL, he sees the virtual machine and he can log into it. Nothing else at all absolutely needs to be done. It is that easy. Just go to a portal, get a license, assign the license to a user. The user gets to the URL to access the desktop and he's ready. However, in case of Enterprise, that is not the case. In case of Enterprise, obviously you need the license, but there are a lot of stuff that needs to be done. And there are a lot of things that you can actually do. You can select the image that is going to be used to create the end user's virtual machine. And then that, as I said, that virtual machine is going to be Intune enrolled, right? And it is so we are assuming that it is an enterprise virtual machine. Okay. So if it is an enterprise virtual machine, that enterprise virtual machine cannot be in the work group. It needs to be joined to a domain, right? So in this case, we have the option of joining the machine to Azure AD or doing a hybrid Azure AD join, wherein the machine is joined to Azure as well as is joined to the on-prem domain. Okay. So for that, there is some setup that needs to be done, which we will talk about later. Okay. But for now, just know that in case of Windows 365 Business, all we are doing is we are going to the product page and we are just assigning the license. And once the license is assigned, the end user can go to endpoint, which is the endpoint to access the Windows 10 machine, which is the virtual machine. He goes over there, he launches the VM, he is ready. Okay. However, that is not the case in case of Windows 365 Enterprise. In this case, no domain setup is needed because we are not joining the machine to any domain. And well, in this case, self-serve troubleshooting and reset and all those things are there. In case of Windows 365 Enterprise, you see that the things are different. Over here, it has universal print integration and stuff like that. We can use custom images. It is integrated with endpoint analytics. Over here, the machine is, now this is an important point, the machine is joined to the on-premise network. Now, I want to take some time and explain that. What I mean by this is, over here, what is happening is, let me do it this way. Over here, what is happening is, this is Azure, and in Azure, we are creating a VM. Okay. This is the end user. Okay. I have a better diagram later on, but I just want to make it while we are talking or while we are having this conversation so that, the flow is in continuity. And then this is the on-premise domain of the customer. On-prem domain. Okay, so this virtual machine that is created in Azure, what I want to do is I want to make sure that this virtual machine can talk with my on-premise domain controller as well. Okay, why do I want that? I want, let's say that the virtual machine is there in Azure, but I mean there are many resources which are there in my on-prem, right? And I want to make sure that all those my virtual machine which is created in Azure, I want to first of all make sure that this virtual machine is on-prem domain joined. Okay, so for that, and I want to make sure that the devices, let's say hybrid Azure, the device is joined to Azure as well. Therefore, what I'm doing is hybrid Azure join. Okay, so this virtual machine is right now residing in Azure, right? So how does a virtual machine which is residing in Azure talk to my on-prem domain controller, which is obviously behind a firewall and which is there in the intranet? It is not there in the internet. How do I make that happen? So for that, what happens is there is some setup that needs to be done. So what I'll do is, when this virtual machine will be created, I will add a NIC to it. Okay, and this NIC will make sure that the communication is happening between this machine and the on-premise domain, because this NIC card will be running, this NIC card will be connected to a VNet which is there in the customer's on-prem. Okay, so what is happening is, over here what we are doing is we are creating a VNet. That VNet is running in customer's Azure subscription, and that VNet is responsible for routing all the traffic between the domain and that virtual machine. So what I'm trying, and again there are many ways of making this happen. We will talk in detail about all of that. The point that I'm trying to make here right now is, we are creating a, in case of AVD or WVD also, we were creating a virtual machine, right? But over there, that virtual machine was running in customers Azure subscription. Over here, we have created a virtual machine. That virtual machine is there in Azure, and that virtual machine is running in Microsoft's Azure subscription. So no matter how long this is powered on or how long this is not powered on, that is not going to determine the cost of using this resource. However, I wanted to make sure that this virtual machine was hybrid Azure AD joined. What does hybrid Azure AD join mean? Hybrid Azure AD join means that the device is joined to the on-prem domain also, right? And the device is able to talk to on-prem domain. How will the virtual machine which is there in Azure be able to talk to your on-prem domain? The virtual machine will be able to talk to your on-prem domain only if this channel exists, right? Only if this communication channel has been set up. And the way we set this up is, we create a VNet. That VNet is there in customers Azure subscription, and that VNet, using that VNet, we inject a NIC card into the VM, and using that NIC card, the communication happens between the virtual machine and the on-prem domain. Okay. All right. So now, how does this connectivity between Azure and the domain, there are many ways of setting this up. We can use something like an express route. We can use something like a site-to-site VPN tunnel. Or if the DC is there in Azure only, then all that needs to be done is that this we just need to create a VNet, and that VNet needs to be in the same network as the domain controller, right? And the NIC card will be there in the same VNet. Okay. All right, so now let's talk about the requirements. Now, what I was saying until now was, and if you guys had noticed, I was explicitly saying that the virtual machines are created in Microsoft's subscription. What this means is, no matter how long the virtual machine was powered on or powered off, that's not going to determine how much how much the cost is incurred, right? Which was not the case in case of WVD or AVD. How are we going to determine what is the cost incurred? Well, there is a one-time cost, and that is a licensing cost. What it means is I need to buy a license. I need to assign that license to a user. And let's say that I have to pay $20 per month for that license. Now, when I do that, then the end user can get a Windows 365 Enterprise or Windows 365 business virtual machine allocated to him, and that is going to be his persistent virtual machine only, which can be Azure AD joined, which can be hybrid Azure AD joined, which can be a standalone machine, doesn't matter. But nobody else is going to use that machine. It's going to be a persistent machine. What that means is, as long as the machine was on, it's fine. When the machine was off, that is also fine. So the users are paying not on the basis of usage of the VM. They are paying a one-time. So it is just like buying a laptop, right? You buy a laptop you buy $1,000 laptop from the store. It doesn't matter. The cost is not going to go up and down depending upon how much you are using that laptop, right? Even if you don't unbox the laptop, you have still paid the $1,000, right? Even if you're using it 24/7 for next 10 years, you are still going to pay that $1,000 only. However, let's talk about a cyber cafe scenario. In case of a cyber cafe, you don't have to pay that $1,000 upfront, right? You just pay 10, maybe you just pay $1 an hour, right? Or I don't know, whatever the appropriate rate is. Maybe you pay $2 an hour, right? But the more you use, the more is the cost you pay. If you use it for only $1, I mean, if you use it only for 1 hour a month, you only end up paying $1. If you end up using it for maybe 30 or 40 hours a month, you end up paying $30 or $40, right? It's just it is a subscription cost that you are paying, right? So you use the same analogy in case of AVD and WVD versus Windows 365 as well. In case of Windows 365, you are paying as you are using. However, in case of CloudPC, you are paying for that virtual machine which is attributed to you. Now, no matter how much you're using it, no matter whether you're using it or not, the same cost stands. Okay. So obviously, so what we were doing was we were talking about the requirement. Okay. What are the requirements of CloudPC? One is, now when I'm saying what are the requirements of CloudPC, for CloudPC business, the Intune license is not needed, because as I said, for CloudPC business, as we talked about earlier, all you need to do is assign that Windows 365 and business license to the end user, and then the machine is automatically provisioned, which we will see in the demo. However, in case of Windows 365 Enterprise, which is the other offering, in this case, the machine ends up getting enrolled to Intune as well, right? So the end user needs to have 2 licenses assigned to him. First is the Intune license, and second is the Windows 365 license. Okay. And then in this case, now there are 2 instances inside Enterprise. One is Azure AD and one is hybrid Azure AD. Now hybrid Azure AD means that the device is going to be on-prem domain joined as well, right? So the device is on-prem domain joined, then how will your machine, which is there in Azure, talk to your on-prem domain? It will talk to your on-prem domain only if that connectivity exists, right? So that for establishing that connectivity, as we spoke about earlier, we need to inject a VNet into that virtual machine, and that VNet is going to take care of that communication. Okay. So that VNet is going to run in customer's Azure subscription, which means that we need to have a Azure subscription, right? And then if the device is going to be hybrid Azure AD joined, then I hope we are aware on how to set up hybrid Azure AD join. If not, then there is a tool that needs to be used called Azure AD Connect. In that tool, we have to configure the hybrid Azure AD join functionality. Okay. And then if the end devices are getting connected to the on-prem domain, then an on-prem domain admin account needs to be provided, right? Where it needs to be provided, again, we will talk about all of that later on. But I hope that Until now, all of this is making sense, right? If we are doing a Windows 365 enterprise, as I said, we have two options. We can either provision a virtual machine which is Azure AD joined, or we can provision a virtual machine which is hybrid Azure AD joined, and then Intune enrolled. In both the cases, the devices will be Intune enrolled. If the device is Azure AD joined and Intune enrolled, then the only prereq is that the end user who wants a device which is Azure AD joined and Intune enrolled, who wants that virtual machine, he needs to have an Intune license and a Windows 365 license. Okay. If the device needs to be hybrid Azure AD joined, then there are a little more things that needs to be configured, or there are a little more things that needs to be done. Obviously, the end user needs to have a Intune license because the device has to be enrolled to Intune. The device, and obviously we are making use of this CloudPC feature. So the Windows 365 enterprise license also needs to be assigned. But over here, the device is going to be hybrid Azure AD joined, right? So if the device is to be hybrid Azure AD joined, then the on-prem domain needs to be there. Now that connectivity between that virtual machine and the on-prem domain needs to be there, right? Only then the machine will be actually connected to the on-prem domain. If the device is not connected to the on-prem domain, then the device is not truly hybrid Azure AD joined. So to connect that machine to that on-prem domain, that site-to-site connectivity of VPN or express route needs to be set up. And for that machine, for that virtual machine to talk to your on-prem domain, there needs to be a VNet which needs to run on customer subscription, and then the NIC that we are injecting into the virtual machine will be there, will be a part of that VNet. Okay. And obviously, if the machine is going to be hybrid Azure AD joined, then hybrid Azure AD joined needs to be configured in the Azure AD Connect tool. So it's all logical, right? I mean, all of these points I hope are making sense, and are stacking up one above the other, right? Okay. So now let's talk about the licenses. As I said, there are two offerings of Windows 365, right? One is the business and one is the enterprise. And there is a separate license for each of them. There is a license for business, there is a license for enterprise. Depending upon which one you want to choose, you can purchase that license and assign it. So if I go into the licensing page over here, there are two categories. One is business and one is enterprise. So for business, a different configuration is there. For enterprise, different configuration is there. Now, depending upon the license that you buy, this is important here. The license that we choose, or the price of the license that we choose, determines the configuration of the virtual machine that gets created and provisioned for that end user, right? And this makes sense, right? Because this is the only place wherein the charging is happening. As I said, the virtual machines are not running in customers' Azure subscription like it was in case of AVD or WVD. So the VMs are running in Microsoft's Azure subscription. Therefore, how do we bill the customer? There has to be some cost involved, right? So this is wherein the customer is paying a one-time fee. And as you see, as the configuration increases from top to bottom, the price of the license also increases from top to bottom. Okay. So if you want to provision a virtual machine which has only 2 gigs of RAM, 64 GB of storage and 1 vCPU, then the admin has to procure a license which is only $20 per user per month, and then assign this license to this end user. Now it doesn't matter whether the user used it for 1 day or whether he used it for 24 hours for the entirety of 31 days in the month, right? He is still going to end up paying $20. I mean the license cost is remaining the same. And as you can see, as we go down the tree, you can provision all different kinds of machines. You have a machine which has 4 vCPU, 16 GB of RAM, and then 128 GB of storage, which is $66 per user per month. So I mean, a lot of customization over here is available, right? So depending upon which kind of use, so what you can do is, maybe let's say that I get 10 license of each. Okay. Now in my organization, there are some high top shot managers and HR users who need a very fast laptop. Okay. Or maybe there are some developers who need a very high end laptop because they are running some applications like AutoCAD or stuff like that, right? Laptops need to be very fast. So in that case, we can get them a 64 gigs of RAM and 1 TB storage or something like that, right? But if I have a standalone user who is maybe, let's say that who is a HR and is only making use of the virtual machine to maybe check the payslips or maybe do something with the payslips or maybe use only one application related to payslips, right? So for that HR, I don't really see the use of or see the value of providing a very high-end laptop, right? Because the resources are going to be underutilized. Again, that is a call that your IT admin has to take. What I'm trying to say is, I mean, these are the things that are available. Okay. And this is how the license looks like. So if I click on buy now, I will be redirected to the appropriate page. And when I buy a license, that license actually is named. So if you buy a Intune license, what is the name of that license? That license is maybe Intune A Direct, right? Or maybe EMS E3 or EMS E5, right? However, if you're buying a Windows 365 license, here the license is determining the kind of virtual machine that the end user is going to get, right? Therefore, in the license itself, they have added the specs of the virtual machine, which makes it that much more easy to understand, right? Let's say that we called it license 1, license 2, license 3. Then we would not know just by looking at the license what is the config of machine that the end user is going to get, right? So therefore, what they have done is they have added the configuration of the virtual machine in the name of the license only. Therefore, if we have to check what kind of machine a user is going to get, we just have to check his license and the name of the license only. It says that 2 vCPUs, 8 gigs of RAM and 128 GB of storage, right? So by looking at that only, we can figure out.
And guys, this is the official recommendation of the sizes that we have from Microsoft. And on the left hand side, you can see that all the sizes that are available. I mean, as far as the CPU, RAM, and the storage. And then it's giving you example scenarios. Again, this is just a recommendation. It's not like we will have to follow this only. I might as well provision a 8 core CPU, 32 gigs of RAM, and 128 GB hard disk to a user who is on my help desk, right? So nobody's stopping us from that. But yeah, I mean, this talks about the CloudPC size recommendations that we have and which contains what. So over here you will be seeing that we have the most minimum one that we have, this one, the 1 vCPU, 2 GB RAM and 64 gigs of storage. It is available for this much amount, right? That is $20 per user per month, right? So this when we'll be buying the license over there, it will show us that this is actually Teams optimized. So because I mean, it is by default, if we have a machine just running with 2 gigs of RAM, then the OS is going to be very, very slow, right? However, in this case, we have optimized the operating system in a way that it, so over here you can see it says as well recommended gallery image, and then it says that it uses the Windows 10 Enterprise with OS optimization so that we are able to get the best out of the 2 gigs that we have. Obviously, if we have to install any other LOB applications or stuff like that, then this might not be the one. And there is a good amount of chance that the first license that we have out there, it might be removed in the near future. That is so because, I mean, down the line when everybody is making use of Windows 11, this one cannot be made use of, right? Because we need a minimum of 4 gigs of RAM for Windows 11 to function, right? So maybe down the line, but as of now, since Windows 10 is out there, I mean, these are the CloudPC size recommendation that Microsoft is giving us.
Okay. All right. So now let's talk about permissions. What are the permissions that are needed for us to provision a Cloud PC or for us to provision a Windows 365 Cloud PC Enterprise? Okay. So we will see later on that we have to create something called a provisioning profile. Okay, so that provisioning profile is going to decide what image is going to be used while creating the virtual machine, who is going to get the virtual machine, and stuff like that. Okay, so only Intune admins can do that, because all of this is happening inside the mem portal, inside the Intune portal. So the Intune admin can create a provisioning profile and can upload a custom image. Okay, and as I said, there is something called we have to create a on-premise network connection. Okay, so this on-premise network connection determines how the virtual machine which is there in Azure is going to talk with your on-premise data, on-premise domain controller. Okay, so for this on-premise connection, we need to make sure that there is a VNet, that VNet is there in Azure, in customers Azure subscription, and then that VNet is able to communicate with, that both channel communication is happening. Okay, all right, and then we will see later on that there are many RBACs also which are available. So just like in case of Intune, so if you guys remember when Intune was launched, there was only one role, right? That was Intune admin, and that Intune admin could do everything. Whoever was not an Intune admin, that person could not do anything. Whoever was a global admin, that global admin guy could do everything, right? Later on, we brought on many kind of RBACs or role-based access control, right? Wherein we could delegate the access. I hope we are already familiar with what is the concept behind RBAC. It's nothing much. It is just that, let's say that there is a help desk guy, and that help desk guy needs only read-only permission. Okay, or if there is a guy who is taking care of only Windows, he only needs to have access to look into Windows devices and create Windows related policies. There is a guy who only takes care of the compliance part. He does not take care of application part, right? So how do we segregate this so that because there are so many different kind of admins, right? I need to make sure that the admin has only that access which he actually needs. We don't want to open up all the doors. So for that we have something called RBAC, right? And then what I'm trying to say is there is a RBAC for CloudPC or Windows 365 as well, which means that if you assign that to an admin, that person will only be able to work in RBAC and RBAC related features, but not in the entirety of Intune. Okay. All right. So now we are going to talk about permission that Microsoft service gets on customers' resources automatically. So what is happening is customer in this case is bringing his Azure subscription and the virtual network to the CloudPC service, right? The virtual network is needed so that we know what domain the virtual machine is supposed to be joined to, right? The device is going to be hybrid Azure AD joined, right? Meaning that the virtual machine is going to be, if the machine is only going to be Azure AD joined, then this is not needed, right? If the machine is going to be hybrid Azure AD joined, only then in that case we need a Azure subscription and then we need a virtual network, right? Because we need to know to which on-prem domain the machine is going to talk to, right? And then our CloudPC app gets some kind of permissions in the Azure subscription. We will take a look over all of these screenshots very soon. Okay, so as far as the permissions are concerned, we get network contributor permission on the VNet that is provided by the customer. This is needed because the VMs that are running in the Microsoft subscription have a NIC card which is joined to the customer's virtual network, right? And using that NIC card, the device is able to, the device which is the virtual machine which is there in Azure is able to communicate with the on-prem domain controller, right? So therefore on that we need to have a network contributor permission on the VNet. This permission allows the CloudPC to have access to customer's environment, right? Second is we need to have reader permission on customer's Azure subscription. This is for image management, so that if the customer is uploading any custom image to Azure, which we need to use to provision the virtual machines, that can happen. And the third is we need to have owner permission on the resource group for which the app groups or the host pool or the workspace is a part of. Okay. All right. I have screenshots of all of this. So let's say that we have created a VNet. Again, how to create the VNet, when the VNet is created, why. When the VNet is created, we will talk about all of that later on during the demo. But I hope until now you know that why the VNet is created. The VNet is created because the virtual machine, that is the virtual machine or the cloud PC, is there in Azure, and we want the machine to be hybrid Azure AD joined. So if that connectivity is not there between the virtual machine in Azure and the on-prem, then how will the device be Azure AD joined? Therefore, the VNet is needed. However, if you don't want to do Azure AD join, if you want to only do Azure, however, if you don't want to do a hybrid Azure AD join, if you only want to do Azure AD join, then this VNet and Azure subscription is not needed. Then it is even more straightforward. Then all you need to do is create the provisioning profile and then assign the license, and everything would be good to go. Okay. All right. So, however, assuming that in case of Cloud PC Windows 365, we are talking about we are talking about hybrid Azure AD join. So in that case, if I go into the VNet, if I go into access control, over here you see that Windows 365 has network contributor permission on the VNet. Okay. And Cloud PC has owner permission on the resource group wherein all the items are present. Okay. And Windows 365 has reader permission on the customer's Visual Studio subscription. Okay. All right. Now I want to, obviously we are going to do all of this. It is fine if we have not understood 100% of what I have been trying to explain until now. Now I just want to take a pause, take a moment and highlight the differences between Windows 365 and AVD. I know that we have spoken about all of this, but this is just a quick refresher. In case of Windows 365 or Cloud PC, the Azure subscription is not mandatory. Why is it so? Because if we are using Windows 365 business, then in that case no Azure subscription is needed, right? The devices, no Azure subscription is needed, no Intune is needed. All you need to do is you need to get a Windows 365 business license, assign it to the end user, and then you're good to go. The machine is provisioned. And if you are using Windows 365 Enterprise and if you want to Azure AD join the device, then also Azure subscription is not needed. The Azure subscription is only needed if you want to hybrid Azure AD join the device, because in that case, in the customer's Azure subscription, a VNet is created, and that VNet is used to provide a NIC to the virtual machine using which the virtual machine is talking to your on-prem. However, if you don't want to do a hybrid Azure AD join, if you just want to do a Azure AD join, then only Azure subscription is good enough. Okay. In case of AVD or WVD, Azure subscription is mandatory, because as we spoke earlier, in case of AVD or WVD, the virtual machines, even though the virtual machines are hosted and are running in Azure, they are residing in customers' Azure subscription. That is how the billing is happening. So if the Azure subscription is not there, you cannot even set up your AVD or WVD. So from subscription point of view, I hope we are clear on the difference. Now from VNet point of view, VNet is not mandatory in case of Windows 365, right? As we discussed, only if you are doing a Windows 365 wherein you want your virtual machine to be hybrid Azure AD joined, you need a VNet to connect that VM in the Azure to your on-prem domain. However, if it is Azure AD join or if it is Windows 365 business, then VNet is not needed. In case of AVD or WVD, VNet is mandatory. Okay. In case of Windows 365 costing, from costing point of view, the costing is fixed, that is per license. As we saw in the screenshot earlier, right? The costing was determining the configuration of the virtual machine, and the costing was fixed, like $20 per month to $200 per month, determining what is going to be the configuration of machine. You assign that license, the end user gets a machine, doesn't matter how long he is using it for, that is all that he has to pay. He doesn't have to pay more, or he doesn't have to pay a lot more if he is using it the entire day for the entire month. However, over here the costing is not fixed. It is you pay as much you use, like you go into the cyber cafe and you use a virtual machine over there. Okay, in this case no fslogix is used, because in this case it was a persistent virtual machine, and the user profile was residing in that virtual machine. However, in this case fslogix is needed because it was not a persistent connection, and what we were doing was, when the user was logging off, we were taking his profile and we were in a way storing it in a Azure storage, right? So that when he logs into a different virtual machine later, I mean, even though he is going to log into the same desktop, but at the back end, even though he is being connected to a different virtual machine later on, the fslogix can replicate and can mount that profile, if you would call it, to the newer machine. In this case, there is no multi-session hosting, meaning one desktop or one virtual machine is allocated to a user, and that stays with that user unless and until we deprovision it. However, in case of AVD or WVD, multi-session hosting is needed, and it can be configured, and it is configured, I believe, by default, which means that there can be many users who are connected to the same desktop. Okay, the same thing exists in VDI infrastructure as well, wherein different users could connect to the same Zen desktop. In case of Windows 365 or CloudPC, no VMs must be created. However, in case of AVD and WVD, we have to create virtual machines. Even though those virtual machines are created in Azure, we have to create virtual machines. We have to add them to host pools. We have to install an agent for fslogix in those virtual machines. However, in case of Windows 365, we are not creating any virtual machine. The virtual machine is being created in the Azure automatically. Okay, all we do is assign a license. In this case, we assign a provisioning profile which decides which image is going to be used and which operating system is going to be used to create that virtual machine, and then that virtual machine is created automatically. Okay, and this is a important part. The VMs over here is not there in customers subscription, in customers Azure subscription. However, in AVD or WVD, the resultant VMs were there in customers Azure subscription, and that is how we were doing the billing. As much as the VM was powered on, the Azure subscription charges would go high. Okay, in this case the deployment is faster and easier because all you have to do is creating a provisioning profile and then assign a license. Okay, in this case the deployment is more complex. Obviously it's more complex because depending upon the number of VMs that you need, you will have to create that many VMs. Even though you can create as many VMs as you want in Azure, but still you have to create those VMs, right? And in this case the storage is determined by the license. In case of AVD or WVD, the storage can be provisioned by the IT admin. In case of Windows 365, we could do a hybrid Azure AD join or Azure AD join of the machine. In case of AVD or WVD, we cannot do a Azure AD join of a machine as of now. We can only do an on-prem domain join. But I believe Azure AD join is coming soon. Okay. All right. So now I just want to we have already taken a look over this slide which was talking about DAS, but I hope that this slide will now make more sense. With DAS deployment, our infrastructure is managed and we are not responsible for managing or maintaining any of it, right? Because as we saw in the diagram over here, the diagram over here and the diagram over here, everything for us was taken care of. The only thing that we had to take care of was our Active Directory and the VNet that with the condition applied. The condition here is the VNet is also only needed if you want your device to be hybrid Azure AD joined. If you don't want your device to be hybrid Azure AD joined, if the VM can be, if you want your machine to be, the virtual machine to be Azure AD joined only, then this VNet is also not needed, because this VNet was making sure that the VM is communicating to the on-prem, right? And if the on-prem is not there, if your devices are only Azure AD joined, then that need of VNet also does not arise, right? So let me just go back to the slide. As far as the we have already spoken about this slide. I just wanted to reiterate it so that this now makes more sense. The cost is less, no upfront investment. The control is more. I mean, it depends upon whether you're saying whether the control is more or less, because in case of DaaS, the provider controls the infrastructure. So in this case, in case of CloudPC, Microsoft is controlling your infrastructure. So maybe you can say that your control is a little limited. You cannot log into the database and then run a query as you would in case of traditional VDIs. And in case of agility, we can get the DaaS model up and running in no time. Okay, now let's talk about the steps for deployment of CloudPC. This should make things a lot more easier and a lot more clearer for us when we talk about what are the steps that are needed to deploy a CloudPC. Okay, all right. So there are 3 steps, or you can think of it in 3 ways. There are 3 kind of things that we need to do in order to provision a CloudPC. When I say a CloudPC, I'm talking about Windows 365 Enterprise. If it is Windows 365 Business, then a lot of these steps are not needed. In case of Windows 365 Business, all you need to do is get the license, assign it to a user, and then ready. Nothing else needs to be done. However, in case of Windows 365 Enterprise, given that the machine is going to join to the on-prem domain, it's going to be hybrid Azure AD joined, there are some steps that are here. Okay, so there are some steps that are needed to be followed in the on-prem. So in the on-prem, obviously we need to set up the domain controller, and then we need to set up the Azure AD Connect, wherein we are going to configure the hybrid Azure AD join option. Okay, and then if we want, we can create a OU, and in that OU we can attribute that OU to the CloudPC. If we don't do it, then obviously everything is going to go into the default OU. It's a best practice to create an organization unit in the domain controller for CloudPC devices only. Okay, now so this is all that needs to be done in the on-premise infrastructure. Now if we talk about Azure portal setup, the first thing that needs to be set up is a connection between Azure and your on-prem. Why does this needs to be set up? Because our virtual machine are going to reside in Azure, right? And our on-prem domain is, well, obviously our on-prem domain. So, but our virtual machine is going to be hybrid Azure AD joined, right? Meaning, if I go into my virtual machine, I should be able to talk to my on-premise domain controller. I should be able to ping my domain controller from there, right? So how does that happen? That happens if we set up any kind of VPN, any kind of site-to-site VPN or express route between Azure and my on-prem, right? That is the thing that we need to do in Azure portal. Okay. Again, if we are doing this needs to be done only if we are doing a hybrid Azure AD join. If we are doing only a Azure AD join, then that does not need to be done. So if we are doing this option, hybrid Azure AD join, then only we need to set up that site-to-site VPN or express route. If we are doing it only a Azure AD join, then no VNetting, no Azure subscription, nothing is needed, right? Because the device is only going to be Azure AD join. So think of it like you're autopiloting a device, or you're autopiloting when you autopilot a VM, right? The device is autopiloted and then it's in Azure AD joined, Intune enrolled, right? Nothing else needs to be done. However, if you're autopiloting a virtual machine in the Azure, which you want to be hybrid Azure AD joined, so how will you do that? There needs to be a VPN or something like that, right, which is connecting it, right? So that is why we need this VNet. Okay, if you know what autopilot is, and if you have heard about, or if you have worked on normal autopilot and hybrid Azure AD join autopilot, this example would have made some sense. Okay, now if we talk about Intune portal setup, then obviously we need to procure the license for Windows 365 in the tenant. We need to create a on-premise network connection. Again, this step is only needed if we want our cloud PCs or Windows 365 PCs to be hybrid Azure AD joined. Only then we need to create the on-premise network connection. If the VMs are going to be Azure AD joined, then obviously there is no on-prem needed. Therefore, the on-prem connection is also not needed. Okay. Making the cloud PC provisioning profile, this will be needed in all the cases, because in the cloud PC provisioning profile, we are determining whether which kind of image we are going to use, which image exactly we are going to use while creating that virtual machine, and we are going to assign it to a user, right? So which determines which user is going to get the VM, which user is not going to get it. Okay. Just assigning a license to the user does not create a VM. The VM is created when because if you have, let's say that I purchase, assigning a license, just assigning a Windows 365 business license will create the VM. But over here, we're not talking about Windows 365 business. We're talking about Windows 365 enterprise. So in case of Windows 365 enterprise, if I just assign a license, I don't know what kind of VM is needed unless the provisioning profile is made, right? There's a chance that I might need a VM with Windows 10 image. I might need a VM from Windows 11 image. I might need a VM which is Azure AD joined. When I say I might, I mean the end user might need a VM which is hybrid Azure AD joined. So just by assigning the license, the end user does not get the VM provisioned. It is actually provisioned when the provisioning profile is created and assigned to that user. Okay. And well, obviously we need to assign the Windows 365 license and the Intune license as well. Now, when we are doing that connection in the VNet, there are a couple of things that needs to be done, which we need to keep in mind. In the VNet, under the DNS server, we need to provide our on-premise DNS server's name. Okay, because as I said, this VNet is residing in customer's Azure subscription. Therefore, this VNet is going to talk to our on-premise DNS server so as to do the name resolution.
Okay, so now let's take a look over the other steps that are there in the deployment. So in total, there are 4 steps that are needed to be done by the admin or performed by the admin in the Intune portal for this to work. All these steps are one time and all of them are not compulsory. So we can skip a few of them. Which ones? I'll let you know. The very first thing that needs to be done while provisioning a cloud PC and while setting up a Windows 365 is we need to go into the provisioning tab. So just go to endpoint.microsoft.com. Just go to the Intune portal, and then from there go to the Windows 365 blade. And if you're not able to see this blade, that is because you have not purchased a single license for Windows 365 in your tenant. So first get a license. Once you have got the license, then this blade will be showing up as active. Then go to this blade, and the first thing that we need to set up is the on-premise network connection. Now this on-premise network connection needs to be set up because we are going to use this network connection so that our virtual machine is able to communicate with our on-prem domain controller, right? However, if we don't want our devices to be hybrid Azure AD joined, if it just needs to be Azure AD joined, then this step is not needed. Okay, so assuming that we need to hybrid Azure AD join our virtual machine, then once we have purchased the license and once this is showing up, the first thing that we will do is we will create a connection. Okay, before we have created a connection, we will have to create a VNet as well in Azure. So we will see all of that in the practicals. So the prerequisites are, first is getting an Intune license. So let me just call this Intune license so that this blade shows up in the Intune portal. Second is obviously having an Azure subscription, that goes without saying, and then creating a VNet in the Azure subscription. And that VNet is going to make sure that we are going to communicate between the Azure, between the virtual machine in the Azure and our on-prem domain. And then if needed, if our on-prem domain is on a server hosted in Azure, then we can just link both of them in the same VNet. If our on-prem domain is actually in our data center and not in Azure, then we will have to set up some kind of site-to-site VPN or express route so that that connection happens between Azure and our on-prem domain controller. Okay, so once those two are done, then the first thing we will do is set up the on-premise network connection. So you just click on network details. We have to name the network connection. We have to name our subscription that we are using. Over here we need to be an owner of this subscription. So if we are, well, obviously that person can make a changes to the subscription, because this is going to make some active changes to the subscription, right? It's going to make sure that CloudPC has a network contributor role and all of that stuff to the connection. So only a global admin can do this. So you'll have to make sure that you are a global admin or an Intune admin and you have owner permissions over this subscription. If that is there, then you have to create a resource group. Resource group is nothing but, think of resource group as like a box, and that box contains a lot of that stuff. So all the virtual machines, all the VNets, all the hard disks, all the firewalls, all these stuffs are present inside of that resource group. So think of resource group as a logical grouping of all the resources. So over here we will select our VNet, which we have created already, and then we will select the default subnet. Once that is done, then we will have to provide the name of our on-prem domain. Over here, this is the name of my on-prem domain. I'll have to provide a AD UPN. This UPN is going to be used to join the machine to the on-premise domain. The devices are going to be hybrid Azure AD joined, right? So for that, I need a credential which has the permission to join the machines to the on-prem, to join the virtual machine, which is going to be provisioned via CloudPC to the on-premise domain. And this is wherein I provide that on-prem domain admin account, right? And providing the OU is optional. If I don't provide an OU, it goes into the default container. Once I do that, then it runs a lot of checks. So at this point of time, all I have to do is next, finish and create. Once I do a create, then there is a background service called the watchdog service. That watchdog service is going to run a lot of checks. Over here, you see that it ran a lot of checks and then checks failed. If the checks did not fail, then you will get a prompt saying that checks have passed, right? And this is actually a hyperlink. So if I click on this hyperlink, it will actually tell me what are the things that it checked for, and out of those things, what are the things that actually failed. So it's going to make sure that whatever credentials we are providing over here, these credentials have the access to create a OU, to create an object in the OU or not, and whether I have permissions on the subscription or not, and whether all the Windows WVD URLs are accessible or not, and stuff like that. Okay, so if I click on one of those hyperlinks, it tells us what failed and what did not fail. So over here, what happened was my Azure subscription had expired. So over here, it says that Azure subscription is valid. It's showing me an error, right? There were some things that, I mean, there are a few permissions that I had on the resource group and on subscription. So over here, it is telling me that passed, but whatever failed, it's going to show it to me over here. And when it does not fail, then it gives you a complete list of everything that our watchdog service has checked and everything that passed. So where you see that Azure AD device sync is configured in the hybrid Azure AD, Azure AD sync is configured in the Azure AD Connect, which is mandatory. The subscription is valid, the permissions have been there, and the VNet is supported in the region, and whatever was there in the VNet has been taken care of. The DNS is able to resolve to the on-premise directory, and the endpoint connectivity is correct. That is, firewall is not blocking anything. So the watchdog service runs all these checks, and only after these checks have passed, then we are good. So once that is done, so then we are done with step one, that is on-premise network connection has been completed. Now the step two, that is device images, this is optional. If you want to make use of a custom image, only then you need to perform the step two. If you want to make use of the gallery images, so we already have a bunch of gallery images for Windows 10, Windows 11, and different SKUs within Windows 10. So if you want to make use of the gallery image, then you can skip the step two. If you want to make use of the custom image, then you will have to go to a VM, and then you will have to sysprep it, and then you will have to use export that image and then upload it into the device. But you have to click on device images, and you have to go over there and you have to upload an image. We will deep dive into that later on, but for now let's not complicate things. Let's now assume that we are going to use a gallery image. If that is the case, then nothing needs to be done in step 2. Now we need to perform step 3, that is create a provisioning policy. So until now, what we have done, we have assigned a license to the end user and we have created an on-premise network connection. But the virtual machine is actually going to be created and attributed to the end user once we create something called a provisioning policy, which is going to tell us that, okay, this user this is the user A who is going to uh, get a virtual machine using this image, which is, let's say, image 1, and is going to be joined to this on-premise connection. Okay, so now we are going to create a provisioning policy. So creating a provisioning policy also is very simple. We just have to click on provisioning policy, we have to name it, and then over here in this drop down we have to select the on-premise network connection that we just created over here. So over here we created an on-premise network connection. We just have to, let's say that the name of that connection is test connection or connection 1 or connection Azure or whatever the name is, and then we are going to select that on-premise network connection. Now the good thing over here is, let's say that I created a network connection right now, and later on if I turn down that server, so if I have turned down that server, my domain controller, then that network connection is not going to be established, right? So next time when I open up a provisioning policy, in the drop down you won't even see that network connection. So what I'm trying to say is, in the drop down it will only show you the active network connections. If you had any network connections added earlier, and if they are for any reason not active right now, then they won't show in the drop down. And then once we have selected that, then in the next step we have to select the image that we are going to use. Over here I want to make use of the gallery image, therefore in the image type I have selected gallery. In the drop down, if we choose the custom image, then any image that we had uploaded in the step 2, those images would show up over here. So right now over here you see that we have got all the custom, we have got Windows 11 images as well, Windows 10 images as well, and we have the OS optimizations as well. So these images correlate with the licensing model that we have selected. So if we have a user who had one CPU, 2 GB, 64 gigs RAM license, then we have to make sure that this provisioning policy is also selecting that image over here. Okay. All right. And this slide just talks about what is it that's happening at the background when we are creating on-premise network connection. That was step 1. The watchdog service actually kicks in and it checks the status via Azure AD Connect for hybrid AAD, whether that when we are installing the Azure AD Connect over there, we have to enable the hybrid Azure AD sync option, the device sync option. So the watchdog service is going to check whether that is selected or not, because if not, then the devices will not get hybrid Azure AD joined, right? And then it's going to make sure that all the IP addresses which are needed, the WVD endpoints, they are accessible or not. The WVD and the AVD endpoints and the Intune endpoints, it will, once it is checked, it is going to give us a consolidated report telling us that, okay, these all passed and these all failed. Okay, now I want to show you guys a couple of important deployment guides as well, which is very important. So the first one over here is available in aka.ms slash deploy CloudPC or deploy, okay, aka.ms slash deploy CPC. And this is a tech community article, the very first one that came up, which Christian has written. And it talks about all the steps that are needed to be followed. So I'm just going to quickly skim through this and then highlight all the parts. So over here it's telling us all the parts that are needed to be there. In the Windows gallery it's telling us all the images that are there in the Windows gallery, and then there are some images which have Teams optimization as well, and then we have the option of uploading a custom image as well. So if we have already sysprepped and uploaded a custom image, then in the drop down we will select custom image, and then we will click on select, and then we will upload our image. Right now we will talk about custom images later on in detail. Right now there is a prereq that the custom image needs to be prepared in Gen 2 and not Gen 1. We'll talk all of that later on. Now the watchdog service is something that triggers at the back end, and it checks whether the AVD connect configuration is fine or not, network access, DNS resolution, whether we have the ability of creating a OU or not in the where we want to create an OU, and the subnet range. Okay. The other great piece of this feature is it runs constantly at the background, and it will keep on running. So at any point of time, if anything goes wrong, this is going to flag it. Okay. All right. And then this is the end user settings, which we'll take a look over later. And then these are all the licenses that are available. We have already seen the DNS configurations in the VNet. We have to make sure that we are pointing our VNet to the on-prem DNS, because we need to resolve the on-prem endpoints, right? And this is the option in the hybrid Azure AD join in the Azure AD Connect, wherein we configure the hybrid Azure AD join option, right? Okay. And then this is for this is showing how we can assign a license to the end user. And then over here it's talking about how to create an on-premise network connection. We have already spoken about this. This is the first step. We go to on-premise network connection, and then device image, and then provisioning profile 1, 2, 3. Right. So over here in the first option, we are selecting the name, the Azure subscription, the resource group, the VNet, and the subnet. We've already spoken about this. We are providing all this information, and then next finish. And then over here it's talking about creating a provisioning policy, wherein we are selecting in the drop down the on-premise network connection we chose in the previous step, and then the image, and then next finish. Okay. Once it is provisioned, it will show us as provisioned, or once it is under provisioning, it will show us under provisioning. Okay. All right. And this is the end user's behavior. We're going to see all of that later. I just want you to skim through this documentation, because this is the official documentation, right? So the end user is going to go to the Windows 365 URL, and once he does that, this is the experience that he gets. He can, all right, this is showing us the differences. Okay, all good. Now this was the first article that I wanted to talk about. Now there is another article. This is again third party, but I found this very useful, therefore I'm going to take the opportunity of telling you guys to go to visit this as well. This is the URL where you need to go, and it contains a guide on Windows 365 deployment as well. Okay. All right. So let us just quickly skim through this as well. This has got various chapters. First, it's talking about on-prem, and then Azure, and then firewall and ports, license management, Windows 365 user connectivity. So we will very quickly go through this article as well, and I just want to highlight the important parts. So over here in the first section, it's talking about identity and on-premise. Over here, it's talking about we need to make sure that we have the correct domain name and password, which is what we are going to use in the provisioning policy. Everything is fine with that. We know how to get the name of our forest and UPN suffix and all that stuff. This is all fine. I mean, nothing much to be seen over here. I'm just going to quickly scroll down, and that this section is talking about creating a OU. So if you create a OU with any name, all your cloud PCs are going to be, when they get joined to the on-premise domain, they will be there in that OU. If not, then they will be there in the default OU, which is also fine. Okay. And then this article is talking about how to configure the hybrid Azure AD join in the Azure AD Connect. So we already know that. We just have to open up the Azure AD Connect tool, go to tasks, and then configure device options, and then click on next. And then in this hybrid Azure AD join option, we are going to enter the username and password, and then the hybrid Azure AD join. This is the radio box which says that configure hybrid Azure AD join option. Okay, this is what needs to be done. Okay, it's going to create a SCP if not done already. It's going to sync the device objects. Okay, that was part 2. I'm going to And then obviously we are going to sync everything. Therefore, I mean, if you want, you can select selective OUs. If you leave it to default, that is also absolutely fine. Okay. All right. This it over here, it's showing us when the sync is actually happening via Azure AD Connect tool. That is all fine. I'm just going to scroll down. Now, if you want, you can create a conditional access policy. I don't want to go to conditional access. I'm going to skip through all of this, and then over here it's talking about create using an Azure infrastructure. So what we need to have is we need to have an Azure subscription. We need to create a resource group. Inside that resource group, we will contain the resource group is going to contain the VNet, and we will configure the DNS server in the VNet, which we have already spoken about. Okay, so over here it's telling us how to create a resource group. It's very easy. Just go to the home. We will do all of this in the demo as well, but just want to walk you through the article once. So just click on create a resource group. We have to provide the name of the resource group, the region, and the subscription, and then next finish. Okay, and then inside of that we can create a subnet as well, and then we will have to configure the DNS. We have already spoken about this in the VNet. In the DNS, I mean in the VNet's DNS, we have to enter the on-premise DNS servers information. It says that this is a mandatory step in order to allow a domain join of your future cloud PCs. Make sure you're not missing it. And then as far as the permissions are concerned, we have to make sure that we have the right permissions on the subscription. Now, as far as the firewall and port connectivity goes, we have to make sure that all the WVD and Windows 365 URLs are accessible, as well as Intune URLs. So there should be nothing blocking the same. As far as licensing is concerned, we have already spoken about licensing. We already know how to get a Windows 365 license. So I'm assuming that is covered. And then over here in this article, it's talking about how to create an on-premise network connection. We have already seen this. And then it just, once we create an on-premise network connection, it runs the watchdog service runs the does its trick. And once that is done, then we create a provisioning policy over here. We select the image, and then once the machine is provisioned, then user, when he goes to the URL, he is able to see this, and then he is able to log into the same. Okay. All right, so I just wanted to show this to you guys, because I feel that this was a good article, and there is nothing wrong in calling out a good article. Right now, the other article that I found was this one. It is blogs.mindco.dk. You can maybe pause it and then make a note. This is also a good article that I found, and it's telling us how exactly to get things done, and how to, I mean, so it's also calling out few of the things that I said earlier, which are not very well called out for. We need to have a VNet with access to the, which via the VNet we are able to access the on-premise domain controller, and then we need to set up a site-to-site VPN or an express route for connectivity to your on-premise Active Directory. Okay, so not on all the places this part has been explicitly called out, but this is important if we want to hybrid Azure AD join our cloud PCs. If we just want to do a Azure AD join cloud PC, then this part is not needed. Okay. All right. This is again talking about everything in steps. So if you want to see all of these written in steps in anywhere, so first thing that they're doing is they're getting the license. We already know how to get the license, and then assigning the license to a user. And then over here you see it's creating an on-premise network connection, and then everything is looking good, and the connection status is successful. Watchdog service has done its thing, and then these are the things that the watchdog service has checked. And then it is going to the part 2, that is creating a provisioning policy. We already know how to create a provisioning policy. Over here it's selecting the image, and then it is selecting the subscription, and then the VNet, and then it is provisioned. Right, so once it is provisioned, then when you go into all cloud PCs, you will be able to see the PCs which are under provisioning, and once provisioned, it will show up as provisioned, and then you will be able to see a computer object of that device which is created in the OU, because the device is now hybrid Azure AD joined. Obviously device is Intune enrolled as well, so over here you can see that device, as well as in Intune or in Azure AD devices, as well as in Intune devices, you'd be able to see the device. Right, okay. Now when the end user goes to the URL, that is cloudpc.microsoft.com, he is able to see Windows 365. When he clicks over that, the Windows machine shows up. He is able to launch that Windows machine, log into it, and then he is able to ping the on-premise domain controller, and he's going to get a response, which means that the connection to the on-premise domain is done perfectly. Now what he does is we are writing a document in the browser. So I mean we are writing the document, we are writing a Word document, and then we close it, and then we go to a different machine maybe, and then from that different machine we log into the same cloud PC. And when we log into that same cloud PC, when we launch that Word document, we see that the Word document is still there. It is still edited. What this means is, what this is trying to showcase is, let's say that I was working from machine A. Now I've moved to a different country, a different location. Now from that machine B, again, since I'm connecting to the same cloud PC over the internet, my session is restored, and my session is still there because it's a persistent one-on-one machine, right? I'm basically accessing the same virtual machine, so all my desktop files are still there. I can just plug and play and resume the work that I was doing. Okay, so so I mean, just wanted to call out these articles because I thought that these articles are good to look at. Okay, so now the end user experience, you guys probably would have already seen the screenshot, but end user just needs to go to a URL from any device, Android, iOS, Mac OS, any Windows device, irrespective of the configuration, as long as it has a browser and internet connectivity. He just needs to authenticate, and then he will be able to see all the cloud PCs that are provisioned to him. He just needs to click on it, and then it will allow the redirection of local resources as well, whether you want to be able to copy paste from your base machine to the virtual machine and vice versa or not. Printer redirection, microphone redirection, all these stuff. If you can just allow it or not allow it, you can use an Intune policy to set this up as well, which we'll talk about later. And then the virtual machine opens up, and yes, voila, there you go. The virtual machine has now been provisioned, and we have already seen how little the number of steps were that were needed to be followed. Okay, now that being said, I wanted to call out a few new features or few new things that got added in the cloud PC world recently. So I know that it has only been a couple of months since we launched cloud PC, but there are a lot of advancements that has already happened in this already, right? And there are a lot that are still to follow. So these are the few things that has already been provisioned. The first being, and we'll talk about all of that one by one. The first is, now we have an alternative end user URL. So earlier we had a different kind of URL. Now this is more user friendly, if you would call it. The end user just needs to go to https://cloudpc.microsoft.com, enter his username and password, and that is wherein he will be able to see all the devices that are provisioned to him. Right, so this is the URL, https://cloudpc.microsoft.com. When you go over there, this is what you see. Okay, this is the end user interface portal, if you would call it. Okay, now the second thing is the grace period. So what is grace period? Grace period is nothing but, let's say that there was a virtual machine which was assigned to a user, and now you want to deprovision that virtual machine. How do you deprovision that virtual machine? Well, one of the options is you remove him from the deployment group of the provisioning profile. So let's say that the provisioning profile was deployed to a group A, and that group A contained a user 1. Now, if you remove the user from that group, the machine is going to be deprovisioned. However, before it gets deprovisioned, by default, it stays in a grace period or in an idle state for around 7 days, which is by default, which means that for those 7 days, the end user will still be able to access the virtual machine. And you won't be able to use so that license is not freed up. What I mean by that is, let's talk about a lab scenario. This is what I was facing initially as well. I got one license for cloud PC. I was testing it with one user, assigned that license to a user, got a virtual machine provision. Now I wanted to test it with another user. But just when I unassigned the license from that user, that or removed him from the deployment of the provisioning profile, the virtual machine or the cloud PC machine went into the grace period. But that license was not freed up yet. So that license will be freed up once this grace period is over. And by default, the grace period was set to a week. Now we have made some changes wherein the admin can revoke the grace period ASAP. What that means is, we no longer will have to wait for 7 days. Just when the license is removed or the user is removed from the group, the admin, the IT admin can go to the portal and unprovision the virtual machine. Okay, so then this saves the time. Let's say that there is an end user who got a virtual machine. Now he's left the organization. There is no point of keeping that virtual machine active in the grace period for 7 days, right? I mean, that's just waste of a license. Now, why would we want to do this? Well, we would want to do this because how about a situation wherein licenses were unassigned from 1000 users in bulk, right? And if we were to unprovision those machines automatically then and there, then that would lead to a big problem, right? Because then you'll have to assign all the license. There is no recovery that can be done. By providing this 7 days grace period, the recovery that can happen is you still have 7 days if you, in case you want to change your mind, because it is still in provisioning. So let's say that it is in grace period and you assign the license back, then it will be back to the provisioned state. However, after the grace period, if you assign the license back, then there will have to be a new machine provisioned to the end user. Okay, so this is what the grace period is. By default, it was for 7 days, but right now we have this option which says that we have an option which says that the cloud PC is in grace period. However, you have an option which is by default for 7 days, but you have an option of ending the grace period as well. This option was not there. It's a new feature. Again, it's a destructive act if you remove the I mean, after 7 days anyways the device is going to be removed, right? What the only thing that you're doing is you're speeding that up and you're making it happen ASAP rather than waiting for 7 days. And obviously unprovisioning a machine is a destructive act. It will delete the operating system and the data, and the cloud PC will no longer be available. The cloud PC will start deprovisioning and the user loses access to all the data which was there. The operating system is deleted, and if the original provisioning policy was replaced with a different policy, it will be replaced and the new settings will take effect. Long story short, all the data and everything will be gone. Okay, so please make sure you're doing this with caution. Now we have added some reporting as well in the Intune portal for Windows 365. The first one is the reporting for resource performance in the endpoint analytics report. What this helps us is it helps us to identify is it helps us to find out what is the performance of our machines. So the endpoint analytics it has a new report called resource performance, and it shows the metrics related to CPU and RAM for cloud PCs. So over here, if I go to endpoint analytics and if I go to resource performance, which is still in preview, it is showing us how exactly what is the spike in CPU, what is the spike in RAM, and then this is specifically for Windows 365. So where it says that Windows 365 resource performance helps optimize the vCPUs in the RAM, right? So over here, if there is anything in red, then that is something that we need to take a look into, right? Then that is something bad. However, if in my case or in this case, however, everything looks to be in green, therefore the score and everything is fine. Let's say that the CPU was very laggy and it was taking a lot of time to launch and all of that stuff. Then our endpoint analytics would get that telemetry displayed over here. Then we will either have to figure out what is wrong, or maybe we will have to figure out that whether the machine that we have provisioned to begin with is with the right specs or not. If not, then we will have to reconsider and maybe assign a different kind of a device to the user, right? And then over here it has something called the same thing. It has got CPU spike and RAM spike, and then it talks about which devices are showing what kind of spikes and why, right? Not exactly why, which devices are showing the spikes and when, and then probably we can take action. Okay, then it assigns something like a score as well, and then it tells you, I mean, the telemetry is really good. It tells you in percentage time day wise, right? So it's telling you at which day what was the utilization of the CPU. If you're seeing that over the, so this is a lot like if you guys are aware of the reporting that we would have in VMware vSphere, right? In vCenter. So in VMware vSphere vCenter, we would have a same kind of telemetry, right? If you have a virtual machine hosted in an on-premise ESX, you could get reports on what kind of, I mean, you could get all kinds of reports and graphs and stuff, right? That what was the historical CPU and RAM utilization of the machine. So this is actually enabling you with same kind of reporting. However, here we don't even have access to the ESXi, right? We only, because everything is there on the cloud, but we still have this visibility into the historical data. So by looking at this, I mean, this is a very handy information for an admin for him to figure out how is the machine doing in general, right? And then we have a report called remote connection report. It's there in endpoint analytics, and then it provides us the time on, I mean, it provides this telemetry around the cloud PC sign-in time, which tells us about the total time taken by the user to connect to the cloud PC, as well as the round trip time, depending upon what network we have chosen and what is the user location. Again, our below resource performance itself, there is another report you would see called remoting connection. It is still in preview. It is showing you the round trip time and the sign in time. So if the sign in time is very high, or if the round trip time is very high, then probably we will have to figure out whether, I mean, from networking point of view, we will have to figure out whether everything is correctly set in place or not, right? And it's again showing you daily telemetry. It's telling you monthly telemetry. It's telling you weekly telemetry. It's giving you a rating and all of that stuff, right? So very good insights on, I mean, ideally these things, I don't know, I mean, these always existed in our on-prem infrastructure, but maybe these kinds of telemetries did not exist for VMs on cloud. But in Windows 365, all of these exists, and depending upon this, the IT admin can take a more informed decision. Okay, so the remoting tab lists the following information: the round trip time is the speed and the reliability of the network connection that the user is using, and it gives you a rating depending upon what exactly the round trip time is, right? Same thing goes with the sign-in time as well. If it's more than 60 seconds, it tells you it's poor. And then depending upon how, whether it is poor each time, how many users are showing this poor, and then probably you'll have to figure out, okay, if it is poor only for users in a specific location, then you'll have to figure out what is going on in that as far as network connectivity for that location is concerned, right? So really strong telemetry over there. Now I want to talk about the Windows 11 support. So the Windows 11 support for Cloud PC was announced on 1st of October, around about first week of October 2021, because a week before that is when Windows 11 went live from an OS standpoint. And then that changed a lot of things as far as Cloud PC world is concerned, right? So this is what we are going to talk about now. So the first thing that we see is whenever we are going into the gallery image, we can see now that there is an image for Windows 11 and Windows 11 Enterprise as well, along with the M365 apps. Earlier, we only had Windows 10. Now a new image has been added for Windows 11, and it is also optimized with M365. Okay. This is a screenshot for a user who has both Windows 10 and Windows 11 assigned. So this is how it looks like. The wallpaper is a little different for Windows 11. I'm told that this is a wallpaper for Windows 365 only for Windows 11. So I mean the wallpaper in itself is telling you that okay, it is something different. However, at the bottom also you can see all the specs. So it tells you the operating system, it tells you the RAM, the CPU, as well as the storage. Okay. All right. And then one big thing that we see over here, it is a big difference in my opinion. And this is how things are changing so much with the advent of Windows 11, and that is TPM. So we in Microsoft strongly believe that security is of paramount. Therefore, it is incumbent that all the devices have a TPM. And with Windows 11, that is where we are headed towards, because Windows 11 has a prereq that the devices needs to be UEFI enabled and needs to have a TPM chip. So this is a virtual machine. That virtual machine is running with Windows 11 in Cloud PC. And over here, you can see that it has a TPM assigned to it as well, right? So this is, I mean, this is something different because in Windows 10, inherently, it did not have a TPM when we were using a Gen 1 image. Okay, so just a little write up. Windows 11 has new hardware requirement. Now this is not from coming from Intune. This is for Windows 11 in general. And if you want to install Windows 11, your device needs to have a TPM, UEFI, and secure boot. So now it's mandatory to create. So now what has happened is we have made a couple of changes. initially when we were provisioning a virtual machine to devices, I mean to users, the image that we were using, so let me just go back. Okay, so these are the images that we were using, right? So all these images were generation 1 images. Okay, but now we have made some change and all these have been upgraded to generation 2. This has already happened on first week of October. What it means is if you deploy any virtual machine using any of these gallery image, okay, irrespective of whether it is Windows 10 or Windows 11, the virtual machine that the end user gets is a generation 2 virtual machine, and it's going to have a UEFI enabled and UEFI and secure boot enabled, and the device is going to be TPM enabled. Okay, this is a big change that has happened. Okay, so what this is talking about is and the same thing goes with creation of custom image as well. If we want to upload a custom image, we have to make sure that that custom image was created from a VM which was gen 2 and not gen 1. So the images that we have in store, the gallery images, they are gen 2, and if we want to upload a custom image, they also needs to be gen 2. Okay, so what we did was we had to change the fundamental configuration of CloudPC, and we were using generation 1, but now we have updated all our images to generation 2. Okay, the change from generation 1 to generation 2 in the gallery image happened automatically. Okay, let's say that if I had a provisioning profile, okay, which was using this image. Okay, let's say that I created a provisioning profile initially. Now this instance won't be with everybody. If you have made your provisioning profile after October, then obviously you had the newer image. But if you made your provisioning profile before October 2021 and then you selected a image from here, at that point this image was a generation 1 image, right? But Microsoft changed the mapping of all these images to a newer one of the same name and the same configuration, the only change being the newer one was generation 2 UEFI enabled and TPM enabled, right? So now the same provisioning profile will now start provisioning generation 2 virtual machines. What I'm trying to say is all these are updated with generation 2. Nothing needs to be done by you. If earlier these images were churning out generation 1 virtual machines, since 1st October they will automatically start churning out generation 2 machines. Okay, nothing needs to be done by us. All right, so the customer was were automatically switched to generation 2, and we had identical generation 2 images at the back end. All we did was we changed the routing. Okay, so all the cloud PCs provisioned after October 21 with any Windows 10 or Windows 11 image will be with generation 2. Okay, so if they are with, so let's say that I create a, so let's say that I do this right now, I do this live. I create a window, I create a provisioning profile and I use one of these images, right? Let's say I use this one. So I use this one, my machine has a TPM, my machine has a UEFI and secure boot enabled, right? What this means is, if needed, I can now do a in-place upgrade of this virtual machine and upgrade it to Windows 11. Now I had two options. Either the admin could have provided me a Windows 11 machine to begin with using a Windows 11 image. If he did not do that for any XYZ reason, or if let's say that that was not there when he made the provisioning profile, then now as an end user, what I can do, I can since my device already has TPM and UEFI, my device supports Windows 11, right? So I can perform a in-place upgrade. Okay. If I had a virtual machine which was provisioned before October 2021, right? So if it was provisioned before October 2021, then it was provisioned using the old image, right? Which was old gallery image, which was still generation 1, right? Which means that it did not have a TPM. Now I cannot upgrade, I cannot do in-place upgrade of a virtual machine running with Windows 10 generation 1 to Windows 11 because Windows 11 needs a TPM and my machine was provisioned before October 2021 using generation 1 image which does not have TPM and UEFI, right? So then in that case we are stuck to using Windows 10 only. However, we can make use of Windows 10 in that machine as long as we want to. But if that same user wants to make use of Windows 11, he cannot do a in-place upgrade. the admin will have to re-provision his virtual machine using the newer gallery image. Long story short, the the point here is, if you provisioned a machine before October 2021, they were all generation 1. Now they are all automatically generation 2. And if the end user wants, since his machine is generation 2, he can do an in-place upgrade to Windows 11. However, if you had a machine provisioned before October 2021, they were Windows 10 generation 1, and Windows 10 generation 1 cannot be in-place upgraded to Windows 11. So in that case, the only thing that can be done is the admin can re-provision the machine for the end user using the Windows 11 image, or using the Windows 10 generation 2 images which are there by default now, and then he can do a in-place upgrade again. Okay, this is what this is also talking about. The same thing has been written. Okay. Now, as far as Windows 11 support for Windows 365 Business is concerned, so until now we were talking about Windows 365 Enterprise. When I say Enterprise, I mean whatever we are doing in this Intune portal, right? This everything over here, this is Windows 365 Enterprise. Now, Windows 365 Business, I'll show you that portal later on. Over there, no Intune integration, nothing needs to be done. And in Windows 365 Business, customers don't, I mean, Windows 365 Business does not support Windows 11 yet. It will support it by sometime in November. Okay, so as of now in Windows 365 Business, the only option that we have is deploying a Windows 10 machine. However, it should be there soon. And once it is there, then the admin will have an option of deciding which OS should go to which user, because right now we don't create any kind of policy there, right? All we do is we assign a license, and the end user gets a machine. Now, if there is an option of Windows 10 and Windows 11, then obviously the admin will have to choose first, right, and mention that whether Windows 10 should go or Windows 11 should go, right? So this is still not there. That IT admin toggling capability of the OS, that is going to come soon. As far as the readiness is concerned, let's say that I've got Windows 10 machine. So again, I'm just reiterating this many times. Probably this is the last time I'm reiterating. There is a Windows 11 readiness that also exists for CloudPC. When I say Windows 11 readiness, what is the readiness that we need to check? If I have a Windows 10 machine, if it is running with generation 2 image, if it has a UEFI enabled, and if it has a TPM, if the TPM is active, then my Windows 10 is ready to become Windows 11, right, via in-place upgrade. That is exactly what this Windows readiness is, and our portal determines that for us. Okay, we can detect whether a cloud PC is ready for Windows 11 in-place upgrade or not via from our dashboard itself. So there is this option in the dashboard which tells us whether our Windows 10 machine is capable for an in-place upgrade or not. If I go into my portal, if I go into endpoint analytics, there are all this bunch of machines which are currently running with OS version this, and then it tells us whether it is capable of it's telling us the Windows 11 readiness state. It's telling us whether my machines are capable of updating to Windows 11 or not. If it is showing as capable, then it means that it has it was provisioned after October 2021. That is, it has Gen 2, it has a TPM and stuff like that, UEFI enabled. If not, then maybe it does not have a TPM. It will tell you the reason why it is not ready. Okay. All right. This is a screenshot. The same thing is telling us over here as well. If you click on Windows, it will actually tell us how many devices are there in your environment which meets the criteria to upgrade to Windows 11 and how many don't. And then it will tell us how many of these devices are not upgrading because they don't have a 4 GB RAM, or how many of them are not upgrading because they don't have a TPM. Okay, so the next thing that I want to talk about a little bit in detail is how to create a custom image. And the reason why this is important is because there will be many organizations who would want to provision virtual machines using a custom image, and not by using the gallery images that we already have. So they might wanna pre-provision so even though from Intune or from Microsoft, the recommendation is layer the applications on the virtual machine after the VM has been provisioned, as in after the cloud PC is available, up and running, enrolled to Intune. Now from Intune we can provision whatever applications we want to provision, right? But let's say that there is some application which is, for XYZ reason, we want to be present in the image itself, right? So what we can do is we can create that golden image and then deploy virtual machines via Cloud PC using that golden image, right? So we have an option of uploading that custom image as well. The only thing we need to keep in mind is that the custom image needs to be from a Gen 2 VM and not a Gen 1 VM. This is a recent change that we have made, right? So that's the only thing that we need to keep in mind. Now, the steps to create a virtual machine is very simple. So we just have to go to our I mean, we have an option of selecting an image in our creating a virtual machine in Azure itself, and then selecting an image over there, and then we'll have to sysprep it and stuff like that. So what I want to show you guys is two things. First is if we are creating a virtual machine in Azure, and then so what approach one is creating a virtual machine in Azure. So over here, what we are doing is we are at the portal.azure.com and then into virtual machines, and then we are creating a new virtual machine. It's asking us for our Azure subscription, obviously, and then it's asking us which image over here we have chosen generation 2 enterprise. Make sure it's generation 2, and over here in VM generation we are going to select generation 2. Okay, so we just have to do next finish, and then once this is ready, we will log into the virtual machine, and then we will install whatever we want to install in the virtual machine, and then we will sysprep it and then use that image as our golden image in Cloud PC. Okay, so when we go into the Windows 365 section and when we go into the device images, over here you can see that there are a lot of images uploaded, and then if we go into source imaging, we have an option of when we click on this drop down, we have an option of selecting whichever image we want to upload, right? And this just make sure this is a Gen 2 machine and not a Gen 1 machine. And now I want to show you guys this article by Robin. Again, this is a very good documentation which talks about how to create a custom image with Windows 365. Okay, so I just want to walk you guys through it. So the first step is, in the initial step is obviously the same. We can create so the steps are like this. First, create a virtual machine. That virtual machine can be created on-prem or in Azure. It has to be a generation 2 virtual machine. Once virtual machine has been created, power it on, install whatever apps you want to install in it, sysprep it, and then upload that image into Azure so that Cloud PC can leverage it. Okay, so over here they are creating a virtual machine in Azure itself. So they're going to create, they are entering their resource group and the subscription, and then in see all, they're clicking in see all images, and then creating whichever image they want to make use of. Okay, and then over here if you want, you can choose Windows 10 from the gallery or Windows 11 from the gallery or stuff like that. Okay, and then you're creating a virtual machine, you are entering the, over here you have to make sure you are selecting generation 2, and then enter the username, password, all the ports, etc., and then next finish. Okay, and then in the networking, you have to, if you want, you can add a premium SSD as well, and in the networking you can leave it to default, and inbound port can be allowed to 3389. Next finish, and then the VM is now ready. All you have to do now is connect it via your desktop. So until now what we have done is we have created a virtual machine in Azure, because if we want to create a golden image, that golden image will be from a virtual machine, right? So first we'll create a virtual machine, and then we will install whatever apps we want to install in it, and then we will take that image and upload it in Azure. So over here we have finished the first step, that is creating a virtual machine. You could have done it in your Hyper-V as well. Over here they are illustrating it in Azure. So now once the machine is ready, they are installing whatever they want to install in it. They have installed a few applications, they have removed a few applications, they have made sure that the image is updated and stuff like that. Then all of that is done. Now when all of that is done, they are running this command which is used for sysprepping. And once the sysprep is done, then select you just have to select this option and make sure that it generalized is selected, and then you can just shut down the image. Once you have shut down the image, so until now what we have done is we created an image in Azure or in Hyper-V, we installed whatever applications we wanted to install in it, and when we were seeing that everything is ready, we just sysprepped it, and then we stopped the virtual machine. Now we are going to create a capture. Over here we are capturing the image of the machine. that we want to be that wants to be used as the golden image, right? That we have sysprepped. So we have taken an image of that, and now in the we are naming it accordingly. And then if we want, we can delete that virtual machine as well. So what it is saying that automatically delete the virtual machine once everything has been done, once sysprep has been done. Now, since everything is done and we have the image, now nothing much needs to be done. We just need to upload that image in the device images section. So we are going into Windows 365 device image, and then we are just uploading that image that we sysprepped. Now this image can be used in our provisioning policies to deploy virtual machines. So long story short, we will later on take a look over how we can convert a generation 1 image to a generation 2 image as well. So if it was a gallery image, then Microsoft updated it automatically at the back end, right? But what if you had a custom generation 1 image and you wanted to change it to generation 2? How do you do that? We'll talk about that later. But as far as creating a image is concerned, I think this is pretty much straightforward. If we have worked with imaging previously, or if we have done a little bit of SECM, then this would be very easy. Anyways, all that needs to be done is uh, creating a device, installing the apps, is prepping it, and then using that image to upload to the portal, right? That's all we did over here. Now let's talk about converting an existing custom device image which is generation 1 to generation 2. If we already have a custom device image based on generation 1 virtual machines, we can convert those into generation 2 as well. Okay, once that is done, then what is the advantage? The advantage is, once this is done, then all the machines that are provisioned from that image will be generation 2 images. So what the use case here is, the image that we uploaded into the portal, that was the custom image, was generation 1. You can no longer upload a generation 1 image after October, but let's say that before October you had uploaded a generation 1 image. Now how do you convert it to generation 2? Well, there is a way to do that. That is what we are going to do right now. Well, right now Windows won't prevent us from provisioning new virtual machines from existing image based on generation 1. However, when we want to add a new custom image since October, we can no longer add a generation 1. So this is only if you had already uploaded a generation 1. And for that, we have a documentation available as well, which is very verbosely calling out all the steps. It's very easy. All that we need to do is, we need to first download the custom image, which is generation 1, from our Azure blob storage. Then once we have downloaded it, we are going to use that to power on a virtual machine. And then we are going to convert that generation 1 into generation 2. Once that conversion is done, we are going to take that VHD and upload it back. Okay, so it's very simple. First, we will download the existing custom image VHD from the Azure blob. Then we will attach that, whatever we have downloaded, the image, we will attach that as a disk in Hyper-V. Now we will boot that virtual machine using a WinP Media ISO. Okay, once we have booted our machine using WinP Media ISO, then we will go to our command prompt, and then we will run a couple of commands which are going to convert MBR into GPT. Okay, that is what needs to be done in order to convert a generation 1 into generation 2. In generation 1, the partitioning is by MBR. In generation 2, it is by GPT. So we are going to run these two commands, and then we will dismount the ISO, and the VHD that we get now, we are going to upload it back into the Azure portal. Okay, so I mean, yeah, I know that there are a couple of steps, but if we follow this documentation, it's very easy. Just need to attach the VHD that we download. So the custom image that we have, it has a disk, it has a VHD. Just need to download it from the Azure storage, attach it to a machine, boot that machine using ISO, run a couple of commands which will convert that existing generation 1 to generation 2, power off the machine, get that VHD, and then upload it back to Azure. Okay, so yeah, a couple of steps, but doesn't take a lot of time. Now let's talk about the features that are coming soon. We have already spoken about this one. This is Windows 11 support for CPC business. Right now we have Windows 11 support for CloudPC enterprise only. But as I said that for business, this is coming very soon. and once it does, then there will be a toggle switch, and the admin can choose that whether the end user is going to get a Windows 10 or a Windows 11. Okay, and then the second thing is for Cloud PC, that is Azure AD join only. So right now, what the option that we have is the devices are going to be hybrid Azure AD joined, right? And that is why repeatedly I've been saying that we need a VNet, we need an Azure subscription, we need a site-to-site VPN, we need this and that and all that stuff, right? However, very soon we are going to have Azure AD join only option, and in that case, no VNet, no Azure subscription, no site-to-site VPN, none of this is required. The virtual machine will be provisioned. It will be residing in Microsoft subscription. No, and we won't have to create the on-prem network connection. The device is going to be Azure AD joined, Intune enrolled, and then voila. Okay. All right, now let's talk about a couple of features that comes to my mind, which is a good to have feature. Again, I mean, I'm just speaking as an individual. I'm not saying that, I mean, this is not a commitment from Microsoft that these features are going to come. I mean, this is just what I feel might be a good value add. First is something like an offline mode. Like for example, let's say that I have a physical laptop. I can access and leverage that laptop whenever I want, right? I don't need internet connection to work on my PPTs. Now, that is exactly what we are trying to get rid of, right? That the end user should not have the need to purchase a physical laptop. So let's say that I have an iPad, and from that iPad, I can leverage my Cloud PC as well, which is a 64 gigs RAM, right? And I want to achieve the same use case. Well, all of those use case can only be achieved if and only if the user is connected to the internet. If the user is not connected to the internet, if the user is in the flight mode or stuff like that, then he can no longer access his virtual machine, which means that he is not productive anymore. Now, I understand that this is keeping in mind that we are treating the Cloud PC enterprise as something like a place wherein the end user would be, I mean, business ready. When I mean by business ready is the least he needs to have is an internet connectivity, right? Because obviously that is one of the, I mean, we are not saying that he needs to have a VPN connectivity. All we are saying is he needs to have an internet connectivity. What I'm trying to say is this point is arguable. I mean, from an enterprise standpoint, we might argue that, well, if the user does not have internet connectivity, then probably he's in transit or he's not working. If that is the case, then he's not business ready. Therefore, I mean, if he's not having access, that is good enough. On the other hand, well, maybe if he could work on a limited set of functionality, even not all the functionality in Cloud PC, that would be a good, I mean, a good feature to have, right? So I'm not exactly sure whether this can be done or not, and if it can, then how can it be done? But maybe if we have an offline mode of CPC available, wherein an instance of that VM can be downloaded and then we can work on it, and then once the user comes online, it gets synced back, right? Probably something along that line. Not exactly sure how much feasible it is, but this is the one thing that comes to my mind. The other thing that is not there is adding extra disks or storages, right? So the official recommendation is that the end user should save everything in OneDrive, because if we're saving in OneDrive, then everything is synchronized, and then I mean, everything is synchronized and better managed, right? However, in spite and despite of that, there is no option to add additional disks or additional storage to the Cloud PC. And this, in my opinion, would be a good functionality to have. That let's say that not having the ability to add an additional RAM, that is fine, because that is stuck with the licensing that we are purchasing. But there are many instances wherein we need to have an additional drive in order to install an application, right? Maybe I need to have a E drive or a D drive, or there is some kind of drives wherein my Splunk is going to forward the logs or stuff like that, right? It needs to be a different drive from the OS drive, right? I need to add an additional disk. So in that case, probably if we have that ability, it might be a good option. Again, I don't know whether it's going to come or not. I don't know whether this suggestion even makes sense or not, but yeah, something to ponder about. And then, the ability to access, I mean, the ability for the end users to access CloudPC for the consumers. So right now, this is only for enterprises, right? How about let's say that there are three people in my family, and it's a standalone family. I mean, nothing to do with enterprise. And then all three of us have expensive laptops, right? Instead of that, what if one of us get a cheap laptop and each three of us are able to get one cloud PC each of 64 gigs of RAM by just paying that monthly subscription fee, whatever it is, right? So right now, and then we can use it for gaming purpose, we can use it for whatever purpose we want to make use of, like we use our personal laptops right now, right? Right now this is not possible because I mean the cloud PC the Windows 365 is for enterprise and business only. So both are business and enterprise models. None of them are for consumers. I mean, when I say consumers, I mean the end users or standalone end users who want to use it for their personal usage. So having this ability to provide the consumers or the normal end users, not enterprise end users, to make use of cloud PC would be revolutionary, right? So again, I'm not exactly sure whether this is there in the pipeline or not, or whether this can be done or not, or whether this is a market that the product team is interested in exploring or not. However, these are the few recommendations or few things that come to my mind. Okay, and the next thing that we are going to talk about is ISVs. So, although in my opinion, my Windows 365 is an end-to-end product. However, I mean, after, and you would have seen this with every product, right? That after a product is launched, um, other vendors out there in the market try to find some kind of automation or try to find some kind of enhancement, and then they implement it, right? The same thing has happened with SECM as well, and the same thing has happened with Intune, and I'm sure it happens with all the other products. Similarly, in case of Windows 365 also, there are some ISVs who have done some enhancements into Windows 365 by partnering with Microsoft. So what they've done is they have used the graph APIs for Windows 365, and then they have done some kind of automation. They have come up with some kind of dashboard or stuff like that, right? So these are, I mean, I just wanted to call them out here because some of them are really good and some of them makes the management even more easier. So these are few of the ISVs that are already out there in the market, and we're not going to go into very details of any of this. What I'm going to say is, let's talk about ServiceNow. Okay, so I mean, think about a scenario wherein the end user logs a case. Okay, the end user logs a case. So over here it says this out. Through this integration, end users themselves can request Cloud PC through their familiar interface of Microsoft Teams. The platform automates the workflow to collect the necessary approvals, provisions the machine, and delivers the Cloud PC to the end users. Through this automation, IT saves time and end users gets access to the resources they need, and which gets regular status updates and stuff like that. What this means is, let's say, think about a situation wherein the end user just has to go to Teams and then Microsoft Teams, and then maybe let's say that there is already a bot. Okay, and to that bot he just has to say that, okay, you know what, I need a cloud PC, this is the specification. Or he just says that, okay, you know what, I need a cloud PC, that's it. And now that automatically creates a ticket in ServiceNow. It automates the process of getting the needed approvals, and once the approvals are there in place, it automatically adds the end user to a security group, and maybe to that security group already a provisioning profile is assigned, right? So if the provisioning profile is already assigned to a security group, all we need to do is keep on adding users to that security group, and each new user will start getting new cloud PCs assigned to them, right? As long as they have the license. So maybe ServiceNow, or maybe all these third parties can do some kind of automation with them. All they need to know is the graph API endpoints. As long as they have the endpoints, they can do all these possible. Okay. So UKG is another global provider for payroll and stuff like that, and it has also made use of this feature of enhancing the features in Cloud PC. And through this service, when HR enters the new hire information, so I mean, see the I mean, see how far it has gone now. The HR knows that a new user or a new employee is going to be hired. So all he has to do is maybe he has to fill a form, and then a workflow is launched, and then it is going to take care of the provisioning of the device. Once the approvals are there in place, it gets the license assigned to the user automatically. Maybe it triggers an email automatically, and in that email the end user is notified that this is where you need to go in order to access your Cloud PC machine, and then he's added to the security group, and then the virtual machine is automatically provisioned. And similarly, the same thing happens when he leaves the organization. So I mean, a workflow is created when he leaves the organization and he's removed from the security group. And if he's removed from the security group to which the provisioning policy is assigned, eventually the machine is going to be deprovisioned, right? So this is how the automation and stuff is happening in this case. All right. Okay. So now let's talk about M365 Lighthouse. This is still in preview and it's again a very good offering. So think about a situation wherein, which happens in most of the cases, wherein the IT admins are kind of a shared resource, right? Meaning that let's say that the same IT admin has to take care of, as a partner, has to take care of different tenants at the same time, right? So one option is he opens one browser for each tenant, logs into the portal and keeps an eye out over there, right? The other or a better option is using a tool like Microsoft 365 Lighthouse. Okay, so M365 Lighthouse is an admin portal that helps the MSPs secure and manage devices data at a small or a medium, for a small or a medium sized business or a customer. So the MSPs must be enrolled in the cloud solution provider program as an indirect seller or a direct bill partner. Once that is done, no additional cost is needed for this. And once that is done, then we can make use of the M365 Lighthouse portal and then manage the devices. There are a few free prerequisite, the prerequisite being the last one, which needs, I mean, I think it has been faded out. The last one is there needs to be less than 500 licensed user in the environment. So because we are saying it needs to be small or medium business sized customers, right? So once we have provisioned the cloud PCs for our customers tenant, the Windows 365 card on the on the homepage becomes visible, and from there we actually get the advantage over this is we get a holistic view of what is happening on all the partner tenants at the same point of time. We don't have to go to each page or each tenant one by one in order to monitor them. So this is how this is useful. There are different tabs, like there is an overview tab. In the overview tab we can see everything that is failing for all the tenants that are there, and then we have an option to use the tenants drop down menu to filter the list. So all the tenants that we are managing as a partner, we can take a look over that, right? And then there are different tabs over there, and so I mean, more or less it's providing the monitoring better. But this need, I mean, if we have just one tenant, then there is no big a value add of making use of M365 Lighthouse. But then if there are many tenants and if we are working as their partners, then this is wherein it comes handy. Okay, so we just, this is a free product. So we just have to go to the Microsoft Admin Center, and from there we can just search for Microsoft 365 Lighthouse for partners. Currently it's in public preview, and then you can see that it is free. We just need to onboard our tenants and then we would be good to go. Okay, the Lighthouse program is currently not available for M36 for Windows 365 Business. It is currently available for Windows 365 Enterprise only. There might be one for Windows 365 Business also later. Okay, so now let's talk about how to manage a cloud PC. We have spoken about how cloud PC is to be set up and the admin prereqs and all that stuff, right? Now the point is, how do we manage it? The answer is very simple. Once the cloud PC is provisioned, it's going to be hybrid Azure AD joined or Azure AD joined and Intune enrolled, right? I'm talking about a Windows 365 enterprise version. Okay, since it is Intune enrolled, the management becomes very simpler, very simple. All that needs to be done over here is manage it the same way you would manage a a normal Windows 10 machine or a Windows 11 machine. So you will, I mean, once it is enrolled, the same Windows update policy will be applicable, the same device configuration policy will be applicable, the same device compliance policy will be applicable, the same app configuration policies, app protection policies, or WIP policy in this case, or the same conditional access. So all the same things will be applicable over here, right? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how the device was enrolled, right? Whether it was enrolled as group policy, it was enrolled via provisioning package, it was enrolled, it was auto-piloted, it was enrolled as co-managed, or it was enrolled manually, or work or school account, or I mean enrolled as being a part of cloud PC, does not really matter, right? Once the device is enrolled, the capabilities more or less are same, and we can, I mean, barring some change, barring some exceptions, more or less we can manage the machine the same way. So as far as management of cloud PC is concerned, well, apps, device configuration, compliance can all be done from Microsoft Endpoint Manager. We can co-manage this device as well. So by default, the device will be enrolled to Intune, but from Intune, we can push the SCCM client, and then once the SCCM client is there, we can configure, given the device is hybrid Azure ready joined, the device can talk to the SCCM server as well. So everything will fall into place, right? And then we can use user USB and printer redirection as well. It works with Cloud PC using the RDP protocol, as well as it also works with universal printing. So our Cloud PC machines are also going to work with universal printing. And not, I mean, these are just few to call out. Long story short, all the applications, device configuration, compliance, app protection, when I say app protection, since this is Windows, I mean WIP, and app configuration, everything is applicable for a cloud PC, just like it would be admin templates, security baseline, everything will be applicable in this as it was for a normal Windows 10 standalone machine. Okay. All right. Now there is a blog wherein there is a blog by Anoop wherein he's talking about how we can restrict the cut copy paste and how we can configure the cut copy paste of a cloud PC machine using Intune. So let's take a look over that. Okay, so this is the blog. Let me just come over here, and it's talking about how to configure Cloud PC RDP properties using Intune settings catalog. So just like I said, everything that is available, that is applicable on a normal Windows 10 machine will be applicable on this as well. So we have Intune settings catalog, and from there, Intune settings catalog, we can configure a lot of things. So you just have to go to configuration policies, settings, and create a policy, and then you have to select Windows 10 and then settings catalog, and then there are all these settings that can be configured, and the ones that are highlighted are relevant to cloud PC, like allow audio and video playback redirection, allow audio recording, do not allow do not allow clipboard redirection, and do not allow drive redirection. So I mean, if we are configuring this for the end user, then the end user won't have to change it or select it manually. So it's very simple. We just have to click on the options that we want to select or don't want to select, just like we would by making a Intune policy, and then we just have to deploy it to a user, right? And then it talks about how to troubleshoot it, what are the relevant registries, what are the relevant logs. So over here, the client clipboard policy is coming down. We can see it under device management enterprise diagnostic provider in the event logs, and then the registry location, the relevant registry location and stuff like that. and how to fix it or how to look at the MDM dialogues and stuff like that. Okay, so this was just one example. The point that I'm trying to make here is everything that you can control in a normal Windows 10 device, you will be able to control and take care of in a cloud PC machine as well. Okay. All right. So now let's talk about support with graph. Right now, the support with graph is a little limited. However, I believe that the support is going to increase very soon. So let me just quickly go to this website first, and then I will show you guys. So this is the official documentation for graph. And over here you see that the get operations are getting added, and added. It says that which version it is applicable on and what is the description. Okay, so these are all the graph API endpoints we have for cloud PC. Okay, and there are a lot of attributes, and a lot of them are getting added each day. Let's say that I click on this one, added the cloud PC support region resource type and the supported method. So if I go over there, it says that it is available in beta, and the method is list supported regions. And all right, this is the JSON interpretation of what is the output that we are going to get. Okay, so and then they have given you a header as well, the HTTP request as well. The point that I'm trying to make is and over here it tells you the exact request, that what is going to be the entire endpoint, the graph API endpoint, which is beta, device management, virtual endpoints, and then supported regions. The point that I'm trying to make is, as of now, and this is the response over here, it tells you the supported regions with the ID. As of now, the support with graph is a little limited, but it is only increasing. And as it says, Microsoft Windows 365 team is working hard to enable more and more features. Um, um, there are a lot of new resource types that are getting added. As I showed you in the doc over here itself, you can see it firsthand that this was added on 28th of September, right? And then 1st of September, and then July. So what I'm trying to say is, I mean, they keep on adding more and more methods in this area, so that I mean, if anybody wants, they can make use of the automation and stuff like that. The ISVs can make use of those automations. And yeah, so I mean, just stay put here. Probably down the line, once if and when this becomes more if and when this becomes more widely used, probably there will be many more PowerShell scripts coming your way as well, utilizing these graph API endpoints. Okay. All right. So enough said. I think now it is time for us to switch to demo. We have spoken a lot about what Cloud PC is, how it can do, and how to set it up and stuff like that. Let's take a look over a Cloud PC in real life working, which will help us understand the real value add here. And the best part here is I am going to do everything right here, right in front of you, and no pre-configuration has been done. So all the configuration that I'm going to do in the demo is going to be from the scratch itself, so that all of us can follow along. Okay, so in the practical, the first thing that we are going to do is Windows 365 Enterprise. And once Windows 365 Enterprise is done, then we will do Windows 365 Business. Even though there is not much to be done in Windows 365 Business, as we will see, we just have to assign the license. Now, as we have already spoken, as far as Windows 365 Enterprise is concerned, there are two variations. One is the device is going to be Azure AD joined, and the second is the device is going to be hybrid Azure AD joined. Now this one is released, I mean, coming soon. So unfortunately, I cannot show this one to you. However, this is the easier one. The one that is tough is hybrid Azure AD join, because in this we have to create the VNet. In this we have to have a Azure subscription, and all those things are there. So this is the one that we are going to do right now. And the end goal in this case is that the end user is going to get a cloud PC provision, which he can access from anywhere over the internet. And the device is going to be hybrid Azure AD joined, meaning without any VPN, without anything, over the internet, the end user can access his cloud PC machine, and that cloud PC machine is going to have connectivity to his on-premise domain controller, and he can access all the on-premise resources. Okay, so as I said, for that to happen, the cloud PC, which is over here in Azure, and the domain controller, which is over here, they need to have the connectivity, right? So we can have site-to-site VPN, we can have express route. However, over here, what I'm doing is I'm going to create the domain controller in the Azure itself. So this is the one that I'm going to show you guys in practical. I will be creating a domain controller on Azure, and I will be explaining later on the advantages of creating a domain controller on Azure. However, using a site-to-site VPN or express route is also an option. So let's get started, and let's just do a hybrid Azure AD join Cloud PC provision. So for Windows 365 Enterprise, the manageability has to be done from this tab under provisioning under Windows 365. By default, if this is not showing for you, it means that you don't have a single license for Windows 365 Enterprise. So you need to purchase a license. You don't need to necessarily assign it yet. Just need to purchase the license and you would be good for now. So if I go into Windows 365, if I go over here you can see that there are 6 different tabs. The user settings has been recently added. There are 6 different tabs. The first one is the overview, which gives you an overview of how many devices are where and what they're doing. And then we have got all cloud PCs, which shows you how many cloud PCs are there, whether they are provisioned or not. If I click on this machine, it will take me to that machine itself, right? And then there are something called a provisioning policy, which we are going to talk about later. And then there is something called device image, wherein we have already spoken about. If I want to create and upload a custom device image, I have that option of doing that as well, right? Okay. I mean, anyways, I don't have any image uploaded, but yeah. And then we have something called on-premise network connection. Right now, you can see that all my network connection have been failed. That's because my domain controller was powered off, or my subscription had expired, or stuff like that. So the watchdog service ran its network checks, and it failed for all of them. Okay. All right. So we are going to do all of this. The first thing that I want. We are going to do all of this in sequence. The very first thing that needs to be done is creation of an on-premise network connection. So before I create an on-premise network connection, what I'm going to do is, you can maybe skip a lot of this. I'm going to create a virtual machine in Azure. And after the virtual machine has been created in Azure, I'm just going to set up a domain over there. Once the domain is created, I will install the Azure AD Connect tool, and I will sync it with Azure and make and configure the hybrid Azure AD join. Then I will create then I will use the same VNet to connect it to, I mean, the VNet that the VNet that I'm providing to the domain controller, I will provide the same VNet to the cloud PC so that both can communicate with each other. Okay. So how do we do that? You can probably skip most of this, but all we have to do is create a virtual machine, make it a DC, and then we would be good to go. So let me just very quickly do this. I'm just going to click on create a virtual machine, and then I am going to create a new resource group. Let's call this OCTEAI, and then virtual machine name is domain controller, and then region is fine. And then in the OS, I am just going to select server 2019 is good enough for me. Let's go with that, and it's loading the price. Let's enter the username, let's enter the password that I want, and then the port is RDP port, which is absolutely fine. Next, I can leave it to the default disks. Next, it's going to create a new virtual network that is with this name OCTEAI, which is going to be, it's going to have the subnet, which is fine. And then inbound ports, all fine, looks good from manageability point of view. These are all fine. Enable auto shutdown is also fine. Okay. next. Looks good, nothing to add in the tag, and then next. Okay, this is going to create a virtual machine for me. We are going to wait for the virtual machine to be created, then we'll install a domain controller, install the hybrid Azure, install the Azure AD Connect, sync it, and then we will use that information in our, okay, it's going to, okay, I have a lot of money, that's fine. So over here, we can see that the deployment is still in progress. It's going to take some time, so we are going to resume this later. You can see that some of them have been created, the VNet is created, and the network security group and stuff like that. So a lot of things are going on. We will probably reconvene this once the deployment is done and once we are able to power on the virtual machine. Okay, so over here it says that um, the deployment is done, it seems. Let me just go over there and let me just click on connect and then do a RDP, download the RDP file. Okay. Right now the machine is not in any domain. So I'm going to log in with the local user, which is Greg S, which I created while deploying that virtual machine. And then we will DC promo it and then we'll be good to go. All right, so I'm back into the into my domain controller, and believe me, I haven't done much. The only thing that I have done is I have installed and configured the ADDS role, and I have I've made a domain called Windows 365. Let me just show it to you. So this the name of the machine is domain controller, and it is joined to a domain called win365.com. Okay, that is all I have done. And once I installed the domain controller, this was a new forest. Therefore, by default, it installs the DNS in it as well. Okay, that's all that has been done, and I have installed the Azure AD Connect tool. Okay, so let me just double click and open it to you guys. There is nothing much to there is nothing much to configure. When we are installing the Azure AD Connect tool, it is pretty much a next finish kind of an installation. However, the only thing that it needs is a global admin credential. Okay, once it was done, then during the configuration phase, we have to make sure that we are coming into the configure device option, and then we are, let me just provide the password over here. We just have to make sure that we are configuring the hybrid Azure AD join option over here. Okay, that's all we need to do. So I just clicked on next and I'm just waiting for this to go through. And yeah, this is the option which says that configure hybrid Azure AD join. I'm just going to click on next, going to click on Windows 10 later, going to click on next, going to add my Windows 365, going to add my forest over here, click on next and then finish. Okay, that's all that needs to be done. So once the Azure AD Connect tool has been installed, it is going to start the sync of all the users in my on-prem domain. So over here you see that I've created two users, NOV and OCT. Okay, so now if I go into my portal, over there from my portal, I should be able to see these two users. So if I go into users, over here you can see that there is a user called NOV and there is a user called OCT. Okay, now let's take a moment and talk about the configuration that I have done until now. So when I was creating the virtual machine in Azure, this is the virtual machine that I created in Azure, right? And over there, when we were creating it, it by default asked us for a resource group, and it created a resource group for us. So over here you see that there is a resource group with the name Oct EAI. So think of resource group as a container, and anything that we create in Azure is going to sit inside of that container. So when I wanted to create a virtual machine, this domain controller, by default it asked me, do you want to create a new resource group? And over there we provided the name OctAI, right? So now if I go inside this resource group, I can see everything that is inside of it. So I can see there is and it by default created a VNet as well. Obviously our domain controller is going to have a VNet, right? So it gives us the option and it created a VNet. So right now if I see that what is it that my machine is containing, so over here you see that this OctAI, this is a resource group. It contains the domain controller, it contains the it contains a disk, obviously, the disk that is attached to the machine, this domain controller machine. It contains that disk. It contains a network interface card. It contains a network security group. Obviously this machine has an IP address, so it contains the domain IP address, and I'm not exactly sure what this is. It contains a VNet. I tried to add an additional NIC card, so therefore it is showing up over here as an additional NIC. All right, so this is all the configuration that I have done from Azure. Okay, so now the concept here is the virtual machine that we are going to create for the end user, that is the CloudPC machine, that needs to communicate with our on-premise domain, right? So let's say that our on-premise domain is in our data center, and obviously the CloudPC virtual machine is going to be in Azure, right? So in that case, how are both going to communicate? Both cannot communicate with each other, right? Therefore, in that case, we need to set up something called a site-to-site VPN or express route or something like that. However, in our lab, what we can do is we can create our domain in Azure itself. Now, once we have created our domain in Azure, there is this VNet, right, that we created. Now, if our virtual machine, the CloudPC machine, if it is joined to the same VNet, then they both can talk with each other, right? What I'm trying to say is, let me just explain this more in detail, because this is a very important point and I'm not exactly sure how well this has been documented in our docs. So, I just want to stress this more. So let's say that this is our virtual machine. Let's say, oh, come on. All right. Let's say that this is our VM and let's say that this is our DC, which is in our on-premise, and this is our cloud PC. Okay. So the cloud PC is in Azure. So the cloud PC is in Azure and this is in on-premise. Okay. So for the cloud PC to be able to communicate with domain controller, we have to set up some connection tunnel, right? So over here we set up a tunnel called express route or site-to-site VPN. However, if this domain controller in itself is in Azure, then this domain controller has a NIC from a VNet, right? Now, if my cloud PC also has the same VNet, then they both can talk with each other, right? Then this part is not needed. This part was only needed when our domain controller was in our on-prem and the cloud PC was in Azure. Therefore, Azure was not able to talk to your on-premise domain. Therefore, we had to set up a site-to-site VPN or an express route. However, if our domain controller in itself is in Azure, then obviously we will have to provide a VNet to it, right? If we use the same VNet in our cloud PC machines as well, then since they are both in the same VNet and subnet, they both can communicate with each other. Then we won't have to set this up. That is what I am planning to do in this case as well. So I already have a VNet over here, right? So what I'm going to do, I am going to use this VNet when I'm going to use this VNet for our cloud PCs. How do we do that? For that, we have to make a cloud PC deployment profile. So what I'm going to do, first, I will have to take care of the license part. So the predicament here is I only have one license and it is already assigned to a user. So what I'm going to do, I am going to unassign that license first from that user. So I'm just going to go to this user called, sorry, I'm just going to go to the user called NOV, and then I'm just going to go to the licenses, going to go to assignments, and I'm going to unassign this license. Okay, this is the first step. All right, now the license has been unassigned. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to set up everything, and then the last thing that I will do is assign a license to the user to whom I want to deploy the machine. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to devices and then Windows 365 and then all cloud PCs. Over here you can see that there are a couple of devices that have already been provisioned. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on a device and then I am going to, this device is in grace period, therefore I'm going to end the grace period of this device now from here. And for the second device it is still showing as provisioned, so I'm just going to wait it out a little, and then I'm going to make sure that this device is also taken care of. So the first thing that we have to do is we have to set up a on-premise network connection. So you can see that there were a lot of network connection that were already set up. So let me see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new network connection. So let me just delete the old faulty ones. I'm going to get rid of all the network connections and just make sure that only the one that is going to be used is the one that is active. Okay. All right. Okay. I think the option to use this one is grayed out. So let me just remove the, okay, cannot read the properties undefined subscription ID. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what this means. Anyways, okay, so it is running some checks. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to delete this. Anyways, before this gets deleted, we can always go ahead and create a new on-premise network connection. That is what I'm going to do. So let us call this NOV network connection. Okay, and then we will have to provide our Azure subscription over here. Right now the person who is doing this right now for me, the person is Greg S. This Greg S user needs to be a owner of this subscription. So if I go to my subscription right now, if I go to my subscriptions, and this is the subscription that I have, and if I go over access control and role assignment, I can see that the user Greg S is a owner of this subscription. Only if we are an owner, we will be able to perform this action, what I'm performing right now. So right now what I'm doing is I have created a on-premise network connection with the name November network connection. I have provided my subscription. It's going to ask me for the resource group. I'm going to provide the new resource group that we created, which is October EAI. It's going to ask me for the virtual network, and this is an important part. Over here, I'm going to provide the same virtual network which is used in my domain controller as well. Okay, so the if we remember, that VNet was Oct EAI VNet. Okay, and then I will leave the subnet to default. I'm just going to click on next. It's now going to ask me for the on-premise information. So the ADDNS domain name is win365.com, and then the OU is optional. I'll leave it, and then gregs win365.com, and then password @123, and then password @123. Okay, looks good. I'm just going to click on next and then review and create. Just when I do a review and create, the watchdog service starts running checks. So now it is going to run checks, and this is the one that we have to look for. November network connection. This watchdog service actually checks whether the credentials that I provided, whether it even has the ability to whether it even has the ability to join a machine to the on-prem domain or not, whether OU with that name even exists or not, whether the password that we have provided is correct or not, and it's even going to create an object in the OU, which we are going to see very soon. Okay, so we are going to wait for this to complete running checks. Once that is done, then the step 2 is device images. I am going to skip this because I'm going to use the gallery image that is already present. Okay, so the first step is setting up the on-premise network connection. Once the on-premise network connection has been set up, then all we have to do is we have to deploy the provisioning policy. And this provisioning policy is the one that determines which user is going to get which user is going to get which device. So I'm just going to unassign the existing ones, and then I will create a new one. Okay, so I'm just going to remove it. Okay, update, done. Okay, I have an option of deleting it now. So I have deleted both the provisioning profiles. Now all that needs to be done is we have to wait for the checks for the on-premise network connection to happen. At this point of time, obviously my domain controller needs to be active and online. And if it is so, then everything should pass over here. If not, then it will even tell us why it failed. Now, one other thing that we need to keep in mind is, and before I forget that is also a very important step. So I want to show you guys the VNet. This is the VNet that we have. And in the VNet, there is a section called DNS server. By default, it is set to the default one. Over here, in our case, any resource which is there in the CloudPC, that is going to talk to our on-prem domain, right? So who is going to do that name resolution? The on-premise DNS is going to do that name resolution, right? So over here, we will have to provide the IP address of our on-premise DNS server. So over here, I mean, I have only one server. This is the public IP. I'm talking about the private IP. So if I go to IP config, over here, you see that it has an IP 10.0.1.4. 10.1.0.4. So I provided that IP only over here. This IP does not need to be publicly accessible. That's absolutely fine. I mean, because my CloudPC can talk to the domain controller now because both are part of the same VNet, right? So that IP address that we are providing 10. whatever, that does not need to be publicly accessible. Since the CloudPC is there in the same network, that is in the same VNet, it can reference this IP address. The CloudPC just needs to know who the DNS server is to do the name resolution. So that is what we need to provide over here. So as far as important steps are concerned, let me just write it down for you guys. One of the important step is make sure that our DC, which is there in Azure, and our CloudPC are on the same VNet. This is only if we don't want to set up site-to-site VPN or express route. Okay, EXPRESSROUTE. If you want to set up site-to-site VPN and express route, then it doesn't matter whether then you won't be having your domain controller on Azure, right? Over here, I have it in Azure. Therefore, I am setting it up. Therefore, I'm utilizing the same VNet so that our CloudPC and our domain controller can talk with each other. This is a very important step. And the second important step is make sure that the DNS set in the VNet is of the on-prem domain, okay, and not the default one. So we have taken care of both of these things. Other than that, nothing else needs to be done. I mean, we are all good. All we have to do now is wait for this checks to finish running. I have run a couple of syncs as well, just to make sure that everything is looking good. So I'm just going to go to PowerShell, run as an administrator, and then start -ad sync cycle. Okay, it's just going to trigger a sync of all the objects. All right, so if I now go into CloudPC, over here you see that all the one machine is there in grace period and the other is deprovisioned. This is deprovisioned because we removed all the old profiles, right? And the one that is in grace period, I am just going to end its grace period now. Okay, so this is a new feature. Initially we did not. Initially the device would go into the grace period and then we would have to wait for 7 days because that license was not available. Now I have an option to end the grace period now. So if I do this, then the machine is gone, and now I can reutilize that license that we had. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to assign a license to my new user. So I have a user called NOV, and I am going to, sorry, I have a user called OCT, sorry, and I am going to assign the CloudPC enterprise license and the Intune license to this user. Okay, so before I do that, I just remembered I have to set the location for this user, otherwise it won't let you assign a license. So let me just click on edit, and then usage location is India. Okay, and then if I go into licenses, now I should be able to assign the Windows 365 Enterprise. You see, I have only one license of Windows 365 Enterprise, which I showed you guys over here, if you guys remember. Well, anyways, let me just show you guys. So if I go into, if I just randomly click on any user and if I go to licenses and apps, it will show you over here how many licenses are available. So it shows that one license available. That's why I had to unassign it from the previous ones. Anyways, so I'm going to assign the Windows 365 Enterprise license to this user OCT, as well as the EMS E5 license. Okay, because I want to assign the, I want the ability to enroll the device to Intune as well. Let me just do a refresh, and then you see both the licenses are there. Now the only wait is for this to finish. Well, this deprovisioning is happening. There are no provisioning policies. Looks good. I don't want an image. I'm just waiting for the on-premise network connection check to run successfully. So this was the old check with the name testing. I don't know why I'm not able. Yeah, okay, I have an option of deleting it as well. Maybe I can delete it later once this runs successfully. So once this runs successfully, I'll delete the old one, and then the only thing that needs to be done is creating a provisioning policy, wherein we will create a provisioning policy. We will decide which OS we want for the CloudPC, and then we will assign it to a group. So what I can do is, meanwhile, I can create a group and add that user. So let me just create a group called EAI 2021. I think I should be more creative with the name of my group, but that's fine. Since it's the month of October, I'm going to select the user oct and then create. So EAI 2021 is the name of the group. Okay, so I'm just going to wait and watch here. Okay, so over here you see that it says that successful with warning. It gives one warning. This one is successful. So you see that everything was passed. And this one says that successful with warnings. Let's see what that warning is. It says that Azure AD device-sync, make sure that cannot find the CloudPC computer object in Azure AD. Make sure that Azure AD Connect is working and syncing frequently, which is the case for me, right? Azure AD Connect is working absolutely fine. So that is fine for me. I have already checked that. I have run a couple of syncs as well. That is absolutely fine. And that was just a warning, so I can ignore that. Now I'm going to create a provisioning policy. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to call this EAI demo Win365 provisioning policy. I just thought that this is as creative as I can get as far as naming of policies is concerned. Maybe if I would put in a if I would put in today's date as well, 10/12/2021, which is 12th of October, and then whatever the change task number, whatever. And over here we have to we have to select the on-premise network connection which we just created, right? And this is the one that we are going to use, November Nov network connection, which we just saw. It had passed successfully, but with one warning. That is fine. Now we have to select an image. I don't have any custom images uploaded, therefore I'm going to select the gallery image and then click on select. Over here, these are all the images that are available. So let's go with the best one, right? I mean, not exactly the best one, but let's go with the most latest one, which is Windows 11. So I'm going to click on select. I'm going to do a next. It's going to ask us for the group. So let me just select the 2021 group. EAI 2021 group. Okay, select, next, and create. Okay, so I have created a provisioning policy now. So this provisioning policy is determining which image is going to be used, which on-premise network connection is going to be used, and which user is going to get the device. I mean, get the virtual device. Okay. So if I go into all cloud PCs now, over here you can see that now there is a device. Let me see if I can maximize this. Okay. Now there is a device whose name is, well, still unknown. It is being targeted by this provisioning policy, which is EI demo Win365 provisioning, which we just created. The image that we have used is Windows 11 Enterprise. The on-premise network connection is November network connection that we just created. The PC type is is Cloud PC Enterprise, and the status is currently provisioning. The user that it has been assigned to is October, and yeah, everything looks good. The only cleanup that I need to do is I need to delete the old network connection. Okay, so all looks good now. The only thing that needs to be done is waiting and watching for this provisioning to go through. Okay, so it is still in not provisioned state. It is going to change to provisioning, but is not target. Yeah, that is fine. You can just ignore this for now. We just have to wait for the provisioning to go through. And once that is done, then we are going to log into this machine, and then everything will be set. Okay, so I just ran a refresh, and now we see that the machine is in the provisioning state. So during this state, the device is getting joined to the on-prem domain, its record is getting synced to Azure, it's getting hybrid Azure AD join, and all that stuff is happening, right? So this might take about 30 to 45 minutes. So we are just going to hang tight, and then we will see the status once the sync has been done. Okay, so it took about 35 to 40 minutes, and now you can see that the name of the device starts popping up here, and you can see the naming convention is CPC because it's a cloud PC, and then oct, which is the UPN of the user to whom the device is attributed, and then LRT807. I don't know what is the basis of this. Anyways, so the point is now it is showing as provisioned, and if I go into all devices over here also, I can see this LR807 device as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open up an incognito window and then go to cloudpc.microsoft.com. And let's log in here. I might have to log out using the old user. So I'm logged in with November. I'm just going to sign out, and I'm just going to sign in with October, who is the user to whom that has been assigned to. So OCT at the rate Okay. And then the password. Okay, so your Cloud PC EI demo set even tells you the name of the policy that was assigned as well. So this is the name of the policy that we created, right? EI demo Win365 provisioning policy, whatever the date we put in, right? And then we are just going to do a next and get started. And now you see that in my dashboard, it says that Cloud PC is ready for you. Next. Okay, looks everything fine. This is my machine. This wallpaper in itself signifies it is a Windows 11 machine. I'm just going to click on open in a browser, and then fingers crossed, It might take a couple of seconds to load, and then we'll see what is it that comes up. Let me see. Okay, so it gives us this prompt of accessing local resources. I'm just going to click on don't ask me again, click on allow. It is supposed to prompt me for the password one more time, I guess. There you go. And this is the on-premise account. Over here you can see that the username is oct@win365.com, and then the password, let's just do a submit. I don't want to save it. Okay, and now you see that my machine is loading up. This looks to be a Windows 11 machine, like it should. Let's wait for this to open up, and while it does, let me just go to my dsa.msc and see how things are looking over here. So let me just do a okay, let me just do a refresh. And then if I go to computers, over here you see that there are a lot of computers created, right? So the first two that you see over here, the CPC HTH, these are the computer objects that are created when we are running the on-premise network connection. So when we run the on-premise network connection, how is the watchdog service going to find out whether the on-premise network connection is fine or not? It can only do that if, by using that on-premise VNet, it tries to create a computer account over here using the credentials that we have provided over there. If this account gets created, then the watchdog service knows that whatever information we have provided over there is correct. If it does not get created, that is when we see that the checks have failed. So these are the accounts that got created, and then you see that they were disabled by itself. So they were disabled after the checks ran. So these are, think of it like a dummy account, if you would. And then this is the account that got created for October, and this is the account that got created for November. Okay. So given that the account is created over here signifies that the device is hybrid Azure AD joined, and we did not use any kind of VPN. Right, we just made sure that the VNet of the domain controller and the VNet of the CPC was the same. Therefore, they both could communicate. And over here, you see that my Windows 10 machine has launched as well. And let me just let me see. I really don't want to make use of any of this. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on search and then do a CMD. Let me just make sure whether the device is actually hybrid Azure AD joined or not. Come on. Run as an administrator. Yes. Okay. Hostname. Okay. And then dsreg cmd /status. Sorry. dsreg cmd /status. See over here at the background, you can see that Microsoft Teams sign in also happens automatically. I'm just going to close this. Just go at the top and then see what is the hybrid Azure AD joined status of this device. So this device is Azure AD joined, yes, and domain joined, yes. The device is hybrid Azure AD joined. It's telling you the name of the on-prem domain. If I scroll down, it is showing you the other information as well. And if I go to the SSO state, okay, it is having all the bunch of information that it was supposed to have. And I know for sure that this device is enrolled to Intune as well, because we saw it from the portal itself. Okay, so now you can see that it has the Office suite installed as well. So let me just do this. Let me just go to Notepad and then type this is a test doc, and then just save it in the desktop. And when we are trying to trying to access it from a different device, we will be seeing that it is still there, right? So I mean, we have already done this drill. So the point that I'm trying to make here is the device got automatically enrolled to Intune. And let me just show you guys one other quick thing. This is my domain controller, not here. Let me just go back to the device, and then let me just open up CMD. And then if I do a ping to win365.com, then I am getting response from my domain controller, right? So the point that I'm trying to make is this win365.com is the domain to which this machine has been joined, right? So if I go to properties, I just wanted to show you guys the configuration of this machine as well. And it has got 4 GB of RAM, and then whatever configuration we chose over there, it has the same configuration. Okay, that's fine. That looks good. The point that I'm trying to make is from here, we can ping the win365.com domain and we are getting response from our domain controller. The point to note here is this domain controller is this one. Both of them are in the domain controller is in Azure connected to the same VNet as the Cloud PC. Therefore, I did not have to set up any site-to-site VPN or any express route. However, if this domain controller would had been in my on-premise domain, then I would have to set that up. But I mean, the point that I'm trying to make here is that the device is hybrid Azure AD joined. And if I do a ncpa.cpl, I think it is getting the IP address automatically via DHCP. Yes, let's check what the IP address is. I don't think I had any IP config. Okay, all right. So I had the DHCP configured. Okay, so it has got the IP address in the same subnet. Okay, looks good. So, so I mean, this looks so far so good, right? I mean, the virtual machine took 35 to 40 minutes to provision, and as far as the admin task is concerned, let's just review what is the admin task that we had to do. So first, we created an on-premise network connection, and whenever we created an on-premise network connection, it was trying to make sure that the credentials that we provided and all the information that we provided were correct. And then we created a provisioning policy, and then we assigned that provisioning policy to a group containing a user. And once I did that, the device was first in the provisioning state, and then it went to the provisioned state, right? And then it started showing up under all devices as well. And then there are a lot of reporting that is also available, that like we have already spoken about, the time it is taken for the device to start up and stuff like that, right? So we can review all those reporting. As far as accessibility of this device is concerned, we already know that the device is accessible. We have this remote desktop client as well in case we want to make use of it. So over here, let me just show you guys the remote desktop client. It gives you a better interface as compared to what we have in there. And now let me just try to install it again. Okay, so the installation is done. I'm going to launch the file and then let's get started. Yeah, okay. Subscribe. Let's set this up. So I'm going to use another account, and that account is oct@nuggetlabs.onmicrosoft.com, and then the password. Okay. I mean, this is a one-time setup, and the only advantage of this is we won't have to log into the portal every time we want to do it. Okay, so let's just do a okay, we are finding the resources, and then it is supposed to show us the same device. Over here you see it shows us the same device, which is Cloud PC Enterprise 2V CPUs, the same one which we are seeing over here, right? So if I double click on this, it's going to launch the application over here. It's going to launch the remote desktop application. It's going to help me connect to it, right? So the password 123. Okay, it's going to give me a RDP kind of a feel rather than having a browser kind of a feel. And this application, this remote desktop client application, is available for all the operating system. It's available for Android, iOS, Mac OS as well, right? So, all right. So now you see that we are back into the same device. And if I open the same the same file, that is one, it says that this is a test doc, right? Which means that, I mean, it is a one-on-one persistent session, and the same device is opening up no matter where I access it from, right? So if I minimize this, if I go back over here, obviously it got disconnected, so I can always connect back if I choose to do so. I would rather prefer the RDP version of this because it gives me a full screen and then it gives me the option of using my shortcuts as well, right? So I can use the shortcuts like I'm familiar with and use the Windows key and stuff like that. And well, obviously, as you might be aware, the interface in Windows 11 is a little different. So sum it up, I believe that this is just a one-time setup. Now, what do we need to do to provision this in large scale? There is only one thing that needs to be done, right? That is, we need to assign licenses to the user. Now, there might be automatic ways of assigning licenses as well. I mean, what if you are assigning licenses via any kind of a rule, right? That any user who is a part of this group should get that license. So all you'll have to do is add a user to a group. Once the user is added to the group, maybe he will get the license automatically. And once he's added to the group, and if we have targeted the provisioning policy to that group, then automatically a device is going to get provisioned to the end user, right? So this is just so whatever we are creating under on-premise network connection and provisioning policy, that is just a one-time setup. Doesn't need to be done over and over again. Okay, and now we are going to do the Windows 365 business practical. And in this case, we are going to see things are way simpler. No VNet to be created, no Azure subscription is needed, nothing is needed, just assign license and you're good to go. So, however, comes with the drawback of not having the option to manage. The device is not going to be hybrid Azure AD joined. There is going to be no connection to the on-prem, but it's just like you will be ready to go faster. But then, I mean, if you're not an enterprise, if you already don't have an on-premise setup, then that is wherein organizations will probably go with this approach.
So for Windows 365 business, there is not much management that needs to be done. We just need to go to admin.microsoft.com. Once we are there, first we have to purchase a license. So I'm going to go to licenses, and then I have an option of purchasing a license. I have already purchased a couple of trial licenses for Windows 365 Enterprise and Business. But I believe for a little while the trial licenses were paused. If that is the case, then you can wait it out or you can probably purchase a new one, right? Depending upon your organization's need. Now, once we have the license, then all the management for Windows 365 Business is going to be done from admin.microsoft.com. So we don't need to go to the Intune portal. We don't need Intune for Windows 365 Business. For Enterprise, we will go there. So the first thing that needs to be done is we need to assign a license to the end user, and that is the only thing that needs to be done. So what I'm going to do is I am going to let me just show you the endpoint. This is cloudpc.microsoft.com, and this is the endpoint wherein the end user has to go to. So let's say I have a user called test@everythingaboutinTune.com. So when the end user goes to this URL, this is the end user's URL that he is going to leverage while accessing his VDIs. Windows 365, cloudpc.microsoft.com. It's easy to remember. Now, right now, there is no CloudPC that is assigned to this user. Therefore, it says that your organization hasn't assigned a CloudPC yet. Now, what the admin does, the admin goes to users, and then he goes to active users, and then he is going to look for the user test. This is the user. He clicks on the user. He goes to licenses and apps. If we have purchased the license already, then the Windows 365 Business, and over here in the name of the license itself, you can see it says that 2 vCPUs, 8 GB, 128 gigs of storage, right? So I'm just going to select this, and I'm going to do a save changes. Your changes have been saved. Whatever will, okay, that's fine by me. All right, we are good. Let me just close this, and then later on, let me just refresh this page real quick. Now, if I check for the user test, over here you see that it has the Windows 365 business license assigned as well. We could have done the same thing from the Intune portal as well. So if I go to the same user, that is test, and if I check this user's licenses, it is over here also showing it has this license. However, I have an option of assigning it other licenses as well. Let's say that if I were to assign this one, I mean, for now the license assignment failed because this license is expired, as we were seeing it over here in this portal that the trial for a couple of licenses had expired. The point that I'm trying to make here is, for the Windows 365 business, there is no Intune requirement. Therefore, we don't need to come to this portal to do anything. Everything will be done from here. And when I say everything will be done from here, there is nothing much to be done, right? All we did was we assigned the license, and that is all that was needed to be done. Okay. So if I do a show all the admin reports show over here. Okay. All right. And then, if you want, you can log into the Intune portal from here as well. But anyways, we are assuming that the users don't have Intune, they only have Windows 365. Now what happens for the end user? I'm the end user, I am refreshing my page, and it took less than 2 or 3 minutes, I guess, not more than that. And now you see that a machine has been provisioned to this end user called, which for the test user, which is 2 vCPUs, 8 gigs of RAM, and 128 GB of space, right? So it says that welcome to Windows 365, the name of the user. I'm going to click on test. What is a CloudPC? Okay. Next. What can I do with it? Get started. Okay. So now over here, this is the home page where it tells you welcome. And over here, we are going to see all the machines that are provisioned to the user. Okay. So right now it says that setting up CloudPC, and this is the point wherein it is provisioning the CloudPC at the backend. It is creating a virtual machine for us with this specification. Okay, so it will take around, I don't know, around 15 to 20 minutes for the VM, if not maybe 30 minutes for the VM to get provisioned. And once it is provisioned, the end user can access it from here. Now, there are a couple of ways of downloading. We can download the remote desktop client as well if we want, or we can access it from the browser itself. So we will see both the experiences. For now, let's wait for the provisioning of the machine to complete. Once it is completed, then we'll take a look.
Okay, so now we are back at the portal, and now you can see it tells us that the CloudPC provisioning is ready. Just to remind you, I did not do, and the admin did not do anything other than just assigning the license to the end user. The end user comes to this portal, and there you go, the machine is ready. He just clicks on open in a browser, and then you see that access local resources pane opens up. Whether I want to allow the redirection of clipboard, microphone, printer, and all this stuff or not, I'm just going to click on allow. It's going to start the launch of CloudPC business. It's telling you the specification as well. And now we have to enter the password. So I'm going to enter it. Okay. And then there you go. We see that the login to the machine is now happening. Okay, there you go. The machine is ready. Well, I will log into this later. Let me just see how the machine looks. You can see that Office is already installed in the machine. So the machine is good to go. Teams automatically launches, and it logs me with the credential that was used to, sorry, uh, that was my credit card number. Anyways, so Teams automatically launches and it shows the credential. I mean, it logs you automatically, right? So you can enjoy OAuth. I mean, OAuth is implemented here, right? So you can enjoy the automatical sign on. I'm going to allow access over here. What I wanted to show you guys was, I mean, if we were to see the network connectivity, the network and the performance inside of this machine is absolutely fine. I mean, it is in no way slower than the normal machines. Okay, so let's do a quick speed test in the machine, and let's see how the behavior is. So I have my base machine here open, and I'm doing a speed test over here. And well, you can see my location and my broadband now, but that is absolutely fine. So I'm just going to compare the speed between my host machine and the virtual machine. So, okay. So this is where we are. The download speed in Mbps was 68.58 and the upload was 62.2. And okay. All right, fine, fair enough. Let me just go to the virtual machine and then run the same thing. Speed test. Okay, let's do a go. Let's see how this does. The point that I'm trying to make is the speed of this virtual machine is above par, and it is, in many cases it might be better than what we are seeing inside of the machine, right? And you will see the difference firsthand yourself. So let's just give it a second. Okay, so now let's do a comparison. Um, the virtual machine has a download speed of 550 Mbps. Okay, and my host machine has a download of 68 Mbps. So it is almost 7 to 8 times faster. And the upload speed is 62 Mbps. However, in the virtual machine, the upload speed is 951 Mbps. So it is more than 10 times faster. The point that, and my host machine also is in no way slow. My host machine also works absolutely fine. The point that I'm trying to illustrate here is, even though I have this as the upload and the download speed in my host machine, since the virtual machine is there in the Microsoft data center, they have the best network there because well, obviously it's Microsoft. So so I mean, you see a huge difference. I mean, it is almost 8 to 10 times of difference between what I have it in my base machine versus what I'm getting in the virtual machine. So the point here is it's way better. And yes, so let me just show you guys the other thing, that was Word. Okay, so let me just do this. This is a test document. Welcome to everything about Intune. Okay, now let me just save this in the desktop maybe. Browser. Let me just save it in the desktop. Okay. All right. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch to a different device, and I will show you guys that the Cloud PC can be accessed from a different device as well. And the document which we were editing right now is available in the other device as well, which is accessible over the internet. What I'm trying to say is, right now I'm working from India. I was working on this virtual machine. Tomorrow I go to, let's say, a different location in India or abroad, and then I have a different device, still I can access the same virtual machine and I can resume working on this documentation. Okay.
Alright guys, so I'm not exactly sure whether this is a good idea or not, but right now I am in my iOS phone and I'm just trying to go to access my Cloud PC from my iOS phone. Unfortunately, I don't have my iPad handy here with me, so the screen and the interface is not going to be that good. The only thing that I want to prove here is, if I am to use a different device from a different location, all I need is connection to the internet and I can still access my same Cloud PC virtual machine which was provisioned to me and continue working on it. Right? So I'm just going to go to the same website, that is cloudpc.microsoft.com. It will tell me to log in. I'm just going to log in with the user. I am going to enter the password, which is already cached in, I believe. And now you see that in my mobile device as well, the same page has opened up. Now it is not customized for working in a mobile device, therefore it's not looking very pretty, but that's fine. I'm just going to click on open in browser, and then for the very first time in your life you would have seen anybody accessing a Windows 10 machine from an iPhone 10. So anyways, it's going to ask me for the password. All right, there you go. And now the Windows machine has launched, and now you can see that even the document has launched. So let me see here. Let me just put in iOS test, and then it is already set to autosave. Anyways, so yes, I know that the interface and everything is not really good. I cannot do much here. You can see that I can control the Windows option. I can use Windows the way I want to. Again, this is not, I'm not denying the fact that accessing it from a mobile device, that too from an iPhone, is not the best of idea. But I hope you get the message here, right? I hope you get the point that if it's accessible from an iPhone, then it will be way better interface wise if I were to do it on an iPad, right, where I have a bigger screen to play along with. But the point here is, all I needed was a iOS device or any device having a web browser and internet connectivity, and that is good enough for me, right? So let me just switch back to my laptop, and then we will continue from there.
All right, so I'm now back in my laptop, and if I go into the desktop, I'll have to reconnect because I connected from my mobile device. Let me just click on allow. It's going to probably ask me for a password. Yes, it is. And then it's going to launch my machine again. There you go. It has resumed from what we were doing in the mobile device. Let me just close everything. Let me just launch it again. And there you go. Whatever I had edited, I had added this line iOS test from my mobile device. Therefore, it's showing up over here now as well. The point being that the session, it's a persistent session, and it's the same device, irrespective of which location I use it from, irrespective of when I use it from, right? So, not much to see here in case of Windows 365 Business, very easy setup. But then when I say that there is a very easy setup, it comes with the overhead of not much manageability available as well, right? Okay. So Windows 365 Business, we are done with that. Very easy, not much to be done. Just need to get the license, assign it to a user, and we are good to go. So that's pretty much it, guys. That's all the agenda that I had. Just a couple of pointers to keep in mind. Just make sure that our domain controller, if it is there in Azure, and our cloud PCs are having the same VNet, as I already told you guys. If it's not having the same VNet, then we will have to set up something like a site-to-site VPN or an express route. Um, Make sure that the DNS in the VNet is of the on-premise domain, only then the name resolutions will be done correctly. And the user to whom we are assigning the license and to whom we are assigning the provisioning policy, and the user who is going to end up getting the cloud PC, it should be a on-premise user. Again, all these things are for cloud PC, Windows 365 Enterprise for hybrid Azure AD join model. Obviously, if it's an Azure AD join model, then it will be a cloud only user. There is no Azure subscription needed, no VNet needed, nothing. But I'm talking about just for hybrid Azure AD join cloud PC, and for that the user should be a on-prem user synced to Azure. It should not be a cloud only user, because that user is going to end up logging into the device using his on-prem credential, right? He's going to log in by the domain credential. So as we saw in the practical, in the demo. So if it's a cloud only user, then it's going to give you something, it's going to give you an error like this, when it says that cloud PC assigned user does not exist in the on-premise active directory. Ensure the user being assigned to the cloud PC has an on-premise active directory and cloud Azure AD user account, and the UPNs match. It should not be the case wherein we have created a cloud only user, assigned cloud PC license to that user, and we are provisioning a machine, because that cloud only user won't be able to log in to the on-premise domain, right, with his credentials. So just make sure we are taking care of that. Okay. And then guys, these are a few resources that I referred to and that you guys should keep handy. We have a lot of we have a W365 community wherein newsletters come in every week, I guess. And then we have the what's new, wherein anything that is there under development that comes in. And I mean, whatever is coming new, it comes in. And then we have a link for in development, which talks about the features that are in development and which PGs are working on. We have a couple of AK links as well. If you want to get a trial license, this is the place you should go. And then there is a session on Microsoft Mechanics. There is the initial session, which is there. It's a video. And then there is one article which talks about CPC sizing, that is which one is the best fit for you. And then there is a step-by-step guide as well. That is these are all ak.ms links, which is deploy CPC. And then there is a tech community article by Christian wherein he has explained the announcement of Windows 11, which was recently announced, right? So, I mean, I know this has been quite a long one. We have gone through a lot, and I was really excited for this one because, as you guys know, this was one of the hot topics in the market, and I believe that from Intune, we have and this is what my closing statement would be. From Intune, I believe that we have really revolutionized how a Windows machine is deployed to the end user. Just think about it for a moment. 10 or 15 years back, for us to deploy a machine to a user, it would go to the local IT first. He would golden image it. First of all, the local IT would procure all the laptops, which would be very, very expensive. And then they would golden image it. And then once the laptop is user ready, then they would ship it to the end user, or they would give it to the end user. How did Intune take care of that, or how are we taking care of that from Intune? We introduced something called autopilot, right? So as far as physical devices are concerned, autopilot has been revolutionary. Now the device can no longer needs to go to the local IT. It no longer needs to be golden imaged. It can go directly to the end user. End user unboxes it, logs in with his username and password, and then the device is business ready. It gets all the applications from Intune. The device is managed. And then we even took it to a step further, wherein we introduced hybrid Azure AD join autopilot, wherein the end user just the laptop is directly shipped from the vendor, that is Amazon, or I mean from the UEM, like from Dell. It directly goes to the end user. The end user logs in from his home network without having any internet connectivity. He logs into the device, and a little while later the device becomes hybrid Azure AD joined. The device has connectivity to the on-premise domain as well, and that too over the internet, because we deploy a VPN client as well. So again, these are all different topics. Now that was catering to the hardware section. Now as far as the virtualization section is concerned, now we have something like CloudPC or Windows 365, right? Business as well as enterprise. So now, I mean, if the organizations want, they can go with the first approach, wherein they are procuring the hardware and then using Intune to automate everything and make sure that no IT intervention is needed. Or if they want to go ahead with virtualization, they can make use of Windows 365, wherein a virtual machine is just created on the fly, and then we saw the ISV integrations as well and all that stuff, right? Wherein, I mean, little to no admin intervention is needed, right? If the user gets added to the provisioning to the group, and that group is targeted via the provisioning profile, therefore the virtual machine gets allocated to him automatically. And irrespective of how much the end user is using the virtual machine, the costing remains the same, and that virtual machine is even joined to the on-prem domain. That virtual machine is also hybrid Azure AD joined, accessible from any device: Android, iOS, Mac OS, Windows, over the internet, right? So this is the power of Intune. So with that, I just want to say that I hope that this nugget has been informative for you. I would like to thank you for viewing. This is your friend Saurabh Sarkar signing off.